think you might have been hearing double music. I think the studio mic was on, so you might have been hearing the music on top of the music. I'm sorry if you were. That was not my intention. But welcome. We are here to bring you an update on the Iran war and also the fires in France and Spain and some other news, and take your comments and questions on the air. I appreciate everybody joining. I want to thank our moderators who are here. Bite Mode is over here, Haley Girl, and Ruth on YouTube. Thank you. Oop, you know what I forgot to do? That's what I forgot to do. Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3 over on Twitch. Oh, is that all messed up now? Hold on a moment here. Hold on a moment here. Now I have to do something else. Give me one moment. I just need to fix something here. Okay, that seems better. Okay, I think I'm good. So yes, Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3 are over there on Twitch, and they are modding over there. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X, thank you. And also we have, just pulling everything up here. Give me a second. Thanks for your patience. Kay Larry Body and Paul Anderson. And Andrea Holder moderating on Facebook. Thanks so much. And thanks also to Rich Rod 908. That's really nice of you, Rich Rod. Thank you. Also, Althea Toon, our member for 10 months. Thank you. Crypto King. Thanks, Crypto King, for shouting out the mods. Cynthia Moon. Thank you. Cynthia is one of our moderators. Thanks for moderating and your support, Cynthia Moon. That's so nice of you. Also, Crypto King, again, for shouting out the mods and your support. So let's first talk about the war. You know, since we were last on Friday night, there's been no more attacks, guys. 3 nights. This is the 3rd night with no attacks. One of our viewers said, NJ Prepper says we're out of munitions. I don't know that the U.S. is out of munitions, but there's some reporting suggesting the U.S. might be short on defensive munitions. And there's multiple reports now that say President Trump has decided to hold off for now on escalating. Multiple reports say that now, that he has decided to hold off on escalating. Let me show you something here. And oil is down because of this. Look at Brent crude oil. Look at Brent crude oil, down 11.4%. The market opened about 2.5 hours ago after the weekend, down 11.4%. The audio levels I think are the same, but I'll double check. Yeah, audio should be the same as it. My mic should be the same pretty much as it always is. A bunch of people are saying it's good to them. Somebody says it's quieter. Two people say it's quieter, and everybody else says it's fine and the same. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. What can I do? I don't know. Well, the levels look good to me. Anyways, we have we have Brent crude down 11.3%. Now WTI crude is U.S. crude is down 6.5%. I'll admit I don't know why there's such a big difference between the two at this point, but they're both way down. That is from tradingview.com. I don't know what happened here. So oil started off down like 7%. And then what happened here? Is there news I missed? At like an hour ago, it dropped like $4. Why did it drop a second time for $4 down $4? I have to check and see if I can find out about this. I mean, it opened down like 7%. I don't know what happened there. That wasn't the market open. The market open was 6 p.m. Oh, it might have switched contract. You know, Martin Racer says switch to next month's contract. Does that happen today though, on the 26th? I don't know. There's a thing that happens when the futures contract switch, but I don't know that happens at 7 p.m. on the 26th. I don't know though, but I know there's this thing at the end of each month where that happens, but that I don't know. Let me do a quick check. Hey, by the way, Tormented Tantalus says Tormented Tantalus just gave 50 people memberships. I'm not kidding about this. Just at the start of our broadcast, Tormented Tantalus gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Please thank Tormented Tantalus if you just got a membership. Gave 50 of them. So generous of you. Wow. Thank you, Tormented Tantalus. Please say thanks. Or if you get one from somebody else or a gift sub from somebody else. Thank you, Tormented Tantalus. That's so kind of you. You've given so many memberships. Thank you so much. Wow. Bear Mom, welcome to being a member as well. Thanks for being a member, Bear Mom. Bear Mom. Sorry. Hellmark says, thanks for all the memberships, dude. Give me 2 seconds. Let me check something regarding that oil price. Hang on. All right, well, let's talk about these reports coming out about what President Trump has reportedly decided. Reportedly. First of all, I will say this. Here's a little summary. Then we'll talk about President Trump. You can see here, Reuters, Iran says it will halt strikes as long as U.S. bombing pause holds. Hmm? You know what I have to do? Move this up a slight bit. Iran will halt its own attacks as long as the U.S. does the same, a senior Iranian official told Reuters today. The development comes as the U.S. pressed pause on its bombing campaign after President Trump's advisors told him they were running out of targets and expressed worries about depleting the U.S. arsenal, says Reuters. Midnight Special thinks the running out of munitions stuff is nonsense. After 13 nights of intensifying U.S. airstrikes on Iran, I don't know that they were intensifying, but some days were more intense, the Pentagon suspended the campaign late on Friday, with no U.S. attacks reported either on Saturday or Sunday. Iran, which had been following each night of U.S. attacks with its own strikes on neighboring countries that host U.S. bases, has also held fire for 2 days. This is the third day now. It's the third night now. The Iranian official, speaking on condition of anonymity, told Reuters that Tehran's position remains attack for attack. If the attacks stop, Iran will halt its operations. That message has already been conveyed to the United States. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, told Fox News Sunday and other U.S. media that Trump had decided to pause U.S. attacks to allow more time for diplomacy. Again, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Waltz, told Fox News Sunday and other U.S. media that Trump had decided to pause U.S. attacks to allow more time for diplomacy. He's giving talks some space. He's giving it a little bit of room, said Waltz, without providing further details. Eliza says, what a mess. Haywood says, the question is, will they attack merchant ships? I'm not seeing any reports of new attacks at all here. Nothing. Hang on, let me get back to the article. We'll discuss more. We'll take some comments. Let me get back to the article. U.S. military officials in recent days, says Reuters, have cautioned that bombings over the past 2 weeks meant to deter Iranian threats to shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow waterway that has become a key flashpoint in the war, had largely exhausted the pre-selected sets of targets, one official said, speaking on condition of anonymity. Resuming major combat operations remains an option, But General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has cautioned privately to Trump that it would carry risk given the negative impact on stocks of munitions, the official said. That includes interceptors used by U.S. air defenses in the Middle East, the official added. Kane's office and U.S. Central Command declined comment. U.S. military officials have traditionally declined to comment on their private advice to a sitting U.S. president, even in testimony to Congress. On NBC's Meet the Press, Waltz said the U.S. military has everything it needs, but also said that when Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth took over under the Trump administration, he inherited a depleted situation, claimed Waltz. The senior Iranian source who spoke on condition of anonymity told Reuters that Tehran did not hold much hope that Trump's decision to pause strikes represented a major shift in the U.S. negotiating position. There is more skepticism than optimism about the halt in attacks, the source said. The prevailing view is that the pause is tactical rather than genuine. Iran has accumulated enough bitter experience with what it sees as U.S. deception, the source said. Wow. So again, multiple outlets saying that the U.S. has paused strikes and that President Trump has decided to hold off and that there are concerns about a shortage of munitions. I have a video here I'm going to show you too in a second. Gvonk says, how many times will we lose this war? Wild Boy says, stocks go moon. One of our viewers said, Master Cool says you cannot have diplomacy with radical religious zealots. Riker thinks it's just another way to drag out the war. Ken Davidson says Iran wants to make a deal badly, and then a smiley emoji. RJ for Freedom says we'll see what happens after BB's visit. Just do something real quick here. Oh, hold on a second. Do something here. Testing 1, 2, 3. Nope, I don't think that actually changed anything, but I was just checking something. Hopefully you can still hear me all right. The BBT legit thinks it takes years to replenish these weapons. HSA says we didn't even drop the big stuff yet. Hey, thanks to Ed Weeby. Ed Weeby gave a gift membership. That's nice of you. Ed Weeby, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Also, Fahrenheit 451, who's been a member for 50 months. Thanks so much for your support. 60 months, 5 years, 60 months. Wow, that's nice. Nice membership tie. Fahrenheit 451, thanks so much for all your support. I really appreciate that. XKR2 says China foreign minister's post on Friday and the risk of the expansion of the conflict over multiple regions is the reason for the pause, I believe. I don't know what you mean. I haven't heard of a China foreign minister's post on Friday that lots of people were talking about. I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong. I just haven't heard of it. But I have seen reported that there is a concern that the war could escalate if President Trump escalates. And Iran, for example, could increase its attacks on other countries. Thank you, XKR2. I really appreciate it. Hang on. Thanks also, Rez J. Prod, for your support. Rez J says, inherited a depleted stock of weapons but started a war? Yeah, that makes sense. Blame game in full effect. Thanks, Rez J. R. Prod. I really appreciate it. Also, beam me up for being a member. Okay, let's I want to show you something here. Hang on a moment here. You know, XKR2, I tried to look for the statement that you were talking about. I haven't turned it up yet. If you want, you can send it to me on social media. Sorry about that, but I couldn't find it immediately. At Lookner on X. Let's watch. I think this is a video which goes along with the Reuters article we were just reading you about the pause in hostilities. Let's see if it's what I think it is. So give me a moment here. Oh, I know what I have to do. Ooh. I have to write myself a note to do something after the stream. A technical thing here. I'll get it fixed after the stream. If this works. Is this going to work? Let's see. Will this play? Right, there's the video. Let's see if this works. Why am I not hearing anything? Let's see. All right, I'm hearing something, but I'm not hearing it the right way. Which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you're hearing it a little bit, but you're not hearing it the way you should be. Now, why aren't you hearing that? Let's see. There must be something. Why would you not be hearing that? Why would the sound be not be getting to you? Let's try something. Let me try one other thing and see if you're hearing this. Will you hear myself twice if I play it? Let's see. Oh, I know how I can do it. We'll do it this way. No, we'll do it this way. Will you hear two of me? Let's see. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh. Will you hear two of me? No, it's not coming. Why is the sound not coming through? 1, 2, 3. I might have to reset the video because not the stream, but just the video, because for some reason, for whatever reason, oh, I think I know what it is. Okay, hold on a second here. What's going on here? Give me 1 second here. That is so strange. Please bear with me for a second here. Now, why is it that, let's see what I can figure out. Oh, no, it's not coming. Why is the sound not coming? I might have to reset the video because not the stream, but just the video. Because for some reason, for whatever. All right, let me try one other thing here. Very strange. Just trying to fix this so I can play you video. If not, I won't play the video for you. It's not the worst thing. But give me a moment. Give me one more moment here. All right, let's see if this works. Let's see if I fixed it. If not, we're doing without the video for now. Then I'll fix that after. Oh, I think I figured it out. I think I got it. I think I might have figured it out. Let's see. Will you hear this now? Reason. Oh, I think I know what it is. Hold on. Okay, hold on a second here. What's going on here? Are you hearing anything? You'll hear in a second. Give me 1 second here. Maybe. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold on. Wait. This. All right, I fixed it. All right, I did fix the sound. I managed to fix the sound, so we'll be able to play the video now. So now I'm going to try playing the video because I fixed it. Sorry about that. That was crazy. But I think we got it fixed. So you should be able to hear this video when I play it for you now. You're going to hear it. Perfect. All right. Sorry, my great apologies for that. All right, here we go. Here's the video I wanted to play you from the Reuters article.
A battle over the Strait of Hormuz between the U.S. and Iran fell quiet over the weekend, but the conflict broadened with fresh strikes further afield as both Yemen and Ukraine appeared to enter the fight.
As the president said, we are locked and loaded. Even more assets are going into theater. but he's giving talks some space.
The American envoy to the United Nations on Sunday told Fox News President Donald Trump was once again giving diplomacy a chance. The U.S. military on Saturday said its naval blockade against Iran remained, quote, in full effect. It released footage it said it showed forces on Friday boarding and disabling a ship it said attempted to run the embargo. In parallel with the pause on American strikes, there were also no weekend reports of attacks by Iran on neighboring countries. But the fight flared elsewhere. Black smoke rose over Jazan in Saudi Arabia on Saturday. The Houthi faction in Yemen, which is allied with Iran, said it targeted Saudi energy facilities over the weekend. The Houthis declared a naval blockade of Saudi Arabia over the past week, further threatening global energy supplies. Yemen's Saudi-backed government struck Houthi targets over the weekend. And Tehran on Saturday condemned what it said was a Ukrainian attack on an Iranian commercial vessel in the Caspian Sea. It said the explosion killed one sailor. That denunciation coincided with comments by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky that accused Kiev's enemy, Moscow, of passing satellite intelligence to its ally, Iran. The pause in U.S. strikes on Iran may be welcome news to energy markets, but it's unclear how long it will last. The New York Times on Saturday reported Trump has decided, for now, to back away from plans to ramp up attacks on Iran. The newspaper reported Trump's advisors raised concerns over depleting U.S. stockpiles of defensive weapons. Asked about the pause, a senior official in President Donald Trump's administration said Trump, quote, has always been clear that his preference is diplomacy, but he has shown Iran what will happen if they fail to come to the table in a serious way.
All right, so that's a little summary of things. You know what I have to do, though? So I'm going to take some comments from you guys. I might have to just, before showing you anything else, I might have to just take a minute here and reset something here. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Yeah, so let me, see. Try one more thing here. Pre-breakfast banana says the soldier guy was intense. The Houthis. Yeah, there has not been any more back and forth between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia since we were covering it. Well, basically since overnight Friday and Saturday. What I need to do is I need you to bear with me for about a minute here. I need about 1 minute until I can show you other stuff. So just hang tight for a minute. I'm resetting some things, and then I'm going to take some more of your comments. So, and we're going to talk about, there's a couple other reports. I just read you one, but there's several reports out which say that President Trump has decided to hold off on escalation. He's decided against it. There were stories like a week ago, we were reading all these stories saying he was leaning towards it. And he had made a bunch of threats the last couple weeks about blowing up all the bridges and power plants. All right, I think we're good. I'm just getting back here so I can show you stuff and see everything in front of me again. So bear with me here. See if this is working. Okay, I think we're in business again. Great. Fantastic. That's working. That's good. I can see that now. Perfect. Fantastic. I can see the chat now and everything. I can see everything. I can show you stuff. All good. We're going to talk about the fires in a little bit. Let's see here. We have deadly radiation says not a smart move. Iran needs to be free of the IRGC. Oops. Matt Demon thinks Iran will just wait out Trump's presidency. Justizen says hopefully the U.S. side doesn't. Hopefully the U.S. side doesn't just break the deal again. Jesse Fenn says next July the diplomatic route won't be working then either. Blob Rorman says Sunday night is taco night this week, I guess. Knots Out says, so is Iran going to give up the goods or what? One of our viewers, we should do a poll about this. One of our viewers thinks Iran will shoot at a ship in 3 days. I don't know where the comment went. I can't see it anymore. Birdman says, keep kicking the can down the road. Perfect. Thanks, by the way, to Eric Ortega, our member. Thank you so much for being a member. Thank you, Shaf. Shaf gave 5 gift memberships. Please thank Shaf if you got a membership. Thanks to Phoenix 2B. He's been a member for 42 months. Thanks, Phoenix 2B. Evelyn in Maine. Thanks so much, Evelyn in Maine, for being a member. Cinnamon Roll Reader. Thank you for being a member. Crazy Cat Lady. Thanks for being a member. J Maua, who says Ukraine sank 2 cargo ships in the Caspian Sea that were headed to Iran. These were loaded with Russian weapons. Iran now wants to fire missiles at Ukraine. I think there's some different stories from Ukraine and Iran. I think Iran said that Ukraine fired on an Iranian ship, but Ukraine said they fired on a Russian ship. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Thank you so much, JMAOOA1. Thank you. Sabra, thank you. Sabra says, low on munitions, Iran will take advantage. Also, thank you to Justin D. Winters for the bits. Douthis for subscribing. New Yorker 783 for your support. Kendra Fox for your support. Thank you. All right, hold on. Let's talk about a couple more of these reports that have come out about President Trump deciding to hold off. I'll keep checking if I see any updates too. I don't see any. Huge updates at the moment. I will say that, in case you didn't see it before, Brent crude price is down almost 11%. Almost 11%. Wow. Market opened back up a few hours ago. Again, I'm still not sure why it opened down 7% and then it went down like 4 more percent. A little confused what happened right there. But maybe it's the, I was going to ask, hold on a second here. And US WTI oil also way down, not as much, but down 5.5%, which is a lot. Waldo says war back on after market opens. Husker says it's all about stocks. Grump MMA thinks Trump is probably making a deal. Pre-breakfast banana says I am optimistic for peace. Jesse James says could be a bluff. All right, so the New York Times reported yesterday that Trump had decided to hold off for now on escalatory strikes. Now, what the New York Times was saying is there was particular concern, they said, that escalating the war could dangerously drain the already diminished stockpile of Patriot anti-missile interceptors and other air defense munitions. They also said that Trump and his aides were worried about widening war in the Middle East, upsetting Gulf allies who might get attacked more by Iran, growing energy, possibility of growing energy crisis, and also refugee crises. But according to the New York Times, when President Trump has met with his advisors about this, they have focused on the Pentagon's shrinking inventory of Patriot interceptors and other air defenses. So that's interesting that they were saying that. And the Wall Street Journal tonight also is reporting that President Trump has decided to hold off for now. And the headline right now on the Wall Street Journal article is Trump pauses Iran strikes as officials weigh dwindling air defense stocks. Mason D says that's not what the administration says. Who are the New York Times' sources? Now, the Journal claims that the U.S. had been ready to launch an intensive number of strikes, which could have lasted up to 2 weeks. They say that operation has been delayed to give diplomacy a chance, but also because there were concerns about the effects of an escalation of the war on the U.S.'s shrinking stocks of Patriot and other air defense interceptors. They say that the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane has talked to the White House about the declining inventory of air interceptors. Now, they also say the Wall Street Journal claims, they said several officials told them that the head of CENTCOM, Admiral Brad Cooper, thinks that the U.S. would be okay with the limited stocks of Patriot and other defense interceptors because an increased strikes on Iran would limit Iran's ability to fire large numbers of missiles. Now, the Wall Street Journal says President Trump denied that dwindling munitions are a problem, insisting in a statement to the Wall Street Journal that we have far more munitions than anyone in the world and far more than we need. The Wall Street Journal also mentions that some analysts have expressed concern that that given all of the anti-missile interceptors used in the Iran war, that could limit U.S. deterrence around the globe of countries like China. So we're hearing, again, multiple outlets report that there are concerns that escalation, because, well, some reports say that the U.S. is already low on defensive interceptors, and some talk about how escalation would lead to more use and dwindling interceptors. Full Moon says, has the U.S. been targeting the ballistic missile stockpiles? They've probably been dispersed by now. By the way, I can't imagine that the military is worried about interceptors now, but that they weren't worried 2 weeks ago, right? I mean, when President Trump was threatening a big strike in the last couple weeks, I'm guessing it's not such a huge difference in the interceptor situation than it was a couple weeks ago. I mean, we've used more interceptors, the U.S. has used more interceptors, but I don't think that's a new concern. XKR2 thinks it's just risk management. If another party joins in, munitions will be stressed. Juice says it hasn't limited their ability to fire to date. You mean Iran's ability or not? Iran doesn't fire missiles like they were, I mean, what was it, last year or 2 years ago? I forget when. But there were times when it fired lots of, I mean, dozens and dozens of missiles at Israel at a time. That hasn't happened. If it happened at this war, I don't even remember it happening at the start of the war, but it hasn't happened in months. But also, I mean, they might have missiles and just don't want to start firing a lot of them for various reasons. They might not want their launchers to get attacked. Let's do a poll. Will the, I don't know if I want to call it a ceasefire because it's not a, I don't know if truce or a ceasefire imply an agreement. Will the halt in fighting last a week? Will the halt in fighting last a week? That is our poll question. I could have said pause, but I already typed the question. Shonley says, I give it till Wednesday. One of our viewers had mentioned this before, but another question is, right? If the U.S. keeps trying to bring ships through the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's not going to want them to do that. So will the U.S. keep trying to bring ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and will Iran attack the ships? Because if that happens, I mean, then things could ramp up quite quickly, I would think. Let's see. I'm going to show you the poll results in a second. Oscar Anderson says reloading. Our viewer Newer Anarchist says question calm. Bib C1 says tit for tat will go on for a long time. Chill Dog Larry says W ground invasion. Let's show you the poll results here. First, let's show you thinking about answering the poll. It's you thinking about answering the poll. Okay, now, I'm going to put the poll result up. So I asked you guys, I said, will the halt in fighting last a week? A week. Wow, people are pretty pessimistic on YouTube. Look at YouTube. Oops, the halt in now I'm getting two of myself. Hold on. Last a week. That's not good. 81% say no on YouTube. 81%. On Facebook, 88% say no. On Twitch, %8 say no. Wow. I thought it was going to be higher. Let's see. Coleslaw says no chance. Bibsy1 says we're not realistic, not pessimistic. Is judging you says we're not going to win in question marks by air unless we commit an abomination. Complainer in chief says pessimistic or realistic. Constant Rain thinks there will never be a ground invasion in this war. Oopsie, what happened here? The Twitch got messed up. Let's try this one more time. Very close on YouTube and Twitch. 85 and 82% on 85 on Twitch, 82 on YouTube. Diggin it says they're not moving assets just to do nothing. Think of all we kept hearing about all these assets that were getting moved the last couple weeks to the Middle East. Richard Mayo says just giving time to Iran to rearm. Hey, thanks to Rita, by the way. I appreciate that, Rita. Rita R64, thank you. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. So you guys are pretty pessimistic that it's even going to be a week without fighting. On Facebook, it ended up being 88% no. Now, let me shout out Gordo's 48. Thanks for being a member, Gordo's 48. I appreciate that. Also, Mike O. Mike says, beat by the Vietnamese, Afghanis, and now Iranians? Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Zarina, for being a member for 50 months. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Jiggle Jess, who said the true social scroll had me scared today. Thank you, Jiggle Jess. Eric Ortega, thanks for being a member. In 2 days, the war will be 5 months long, by the way. Give me one moment here. Axios had a report too on President Trump deciding to pause things. Let me show you another report here. Trump wants to give U.S.-Iran talks some space as he weighs escalation, aide says. Washington Post. President Trump wants to give ongoing talks with Iran some space as he considers whether to escalate attacks, the U.S. ambassador to the UN said today. Mike Waltz's comments came as the U.S. military paused its bombing raids on Iran over the weekend after 13 consecutive days of heavy strikes. Heavy, I mean, that's a relative word. I'm not, not as heavy as earlier in the war. And warnings by Trump of an even more aggressive bombing campaign. On Friday, Trump emphasized ongoing talks between the U.S. and Iran in an Oval Office appearance. The day prior, he had told Axios that he is considering a massive attack, bigger than ever before. He said, "I am close to making a decision." When asked on today's Meet the Press whether the U.S. had decided against ramping up attacks on Iran, Waltz said, "I wouldn't go that far at all." He said Trump is keeping all options on the table. What the president is doing right now, as we've seen all along, is giving talks some space, Ambassador Waltz said, saying the discussions are ongoing on every level, both technical talks and between governments. Waltz pushed back on reports that the decision was to back away from escalation was driven in part by concerns within the Trump administration about depleted U.S. munitions. The U.S. military, and I verified this every which way, he said, has everything it needs to conduct this campaign effectively. Though the Pentagon has dismissed concerns about U.S. stockpiles, Pentagon officials have expressed far greater anxiety in private, the Washington Post says, according to current and former officials, arguing that the military desperately needs more money to replenish munitions, including to deter Russia and China. Waltz, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, said one diplomatic challenge in negotiations is that those on the Iranian side are, quote, divided. He said there's internal fighting, with some seeking guidance from the supreme leader and others who want to move in a different direction. But he said that Iran should still take the president very seriously. The U.S. military is locked and loaded. In fact, more assets have gone into the region. Oh, and here's something quickly about this. In a separate incident, Iran's foreign ministry accused Ukraine of attacking a commercial Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea on Friday and killing a sailor. In a Saturday statement on Telegram, Russian President Zelensky said Ukraine has had good results with long-range strikes on Russian targets, including in the Caspian Sea. He said targets included a warship and vessels involved in the transportation of military cargo linked to Iran. He didn't say an Iranian ship, though. Hang on, do I have anything more about that? Yeah, here's a little more on that. Iran claims that a Ukrainian attack on a vessel in the Caspian Sea killed sailor. Both Iran and Russia are on the Caspian Sea. Iran's foreign ministry on Saturday condemned a Ukrainian attack that they alleged on an Iran commercial vessel in the Caspian Sea, saying it resulted in an explosion that killed one sailor and injured another. Throughout the war in Ukraine, Ukraine has had to counter Iranian-designed drones deployed by Moscow. Ukraine has offered its drone interception expertise to countries in the Middle East that have suffered strikes from Iran. Tehran described the attack on its vessel as an act of aggression and said it would defend its national interests and security, while accusing Ukraine of seeking to expand the war in Ukraine. The Iranian denunciation coincided with comments by Ukrainian President Zelensky that Ukraine had noted Russia was passing on its satellite observations in the Middle East to Iran to enable it to direct strikes in the region. Zelensky had earlier said that Ukraine's forces had struck a Russian warship and vessels used for transporting Iranian-linked military cargo in the Caspian Sea. Not exactly sure what happened with all of this. Just so you can see on a map where the Caspian Sea is. Pull it up here for you. Oh, try to pull it up here for you. So there's Iran, and the Caspian Sea is here. And see, it borders on Iran, but it also borders on Russia. Here. The Caspian Sea. Pioneer Twin says Iran missiles can reach Ukraine. Ukraine is here. I would think they could. I don't know that we're going to see Iran firing missiles at Ukraine. Oh, hold on a moment here. You know, AZ Intel just mentioned something to me. Thanks, AZ Intel, that the Seattle police said they were investigating shots fired at the Seattle Center. The Seattle Center. Hold on. Thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning this. Seattle Center, an entertainment, education, tourism, and performing arts center in Seattle. The Seattle Police Department just said, thanks to AZ Intel again, police are investigating a shooting, multiple shooting victims, shots fired at the Seattle Center. More information to come. Let me show you something on a map here. You can see here, this is not a map, Wikipedia says the Seattle Center is an entertainment, education, tourism, and performing arts center located in the Lower Queen Anne neighborhood of Seattle, Washington, United States. It's where the Space Needle is in Seattle. Also includes the Pacific Science Center, Climate Pledge Arena, and the Museum of Pop Culture and other places. And McCaw Hall. Oh, King 5 says there was a shooting at Bite of Seattle, which is a shooting at Bite of Seattle leaves multiple people injured. This is a festival at the Seattle Center, it looks like. And it's a food festival in Seattle. King 5 says shooting at Bite of Seattle leaves multiple people injured. Bite of Seattle is a food festival. Being held at the Seattle Center. Now, I don't know what happened there. I'll see if I can get you any more details. But again, King 5 News says it was at Bite of Seattle. And then, hold on a moment here. Let me see if I can find something. Hang on. Citizen app says 6 people shot at Seattle Center. According to the Citizen app, six people have been shot at the Seattle Center. They say one suspect in custody. Police are shooting for 2 additional suspects. King 5 says the shooting occurred at the Bite of Seattle Food Festival. All right, so I'll let you know when I hear more. That's what I can see so far, is that Citizen app says 6 people were shot. 1 suspect is in custody. Police are looking for 2 more suspects. I can't confirm that information. That's according to the Citizen app. And then King 5 News Seattle said it was at the Bite of Seattle Food Festival. Did I say police are shooting? I meant to say police are searching for 2 additional suspects. There's no word so far on what the nature of this shooting was that I've seen. If they're looking for, if they have a suspect and are looking for two other suspects, I would think that might increase the odds that it turns out to be some sort of dispute, but I don't know for sure. King 5 says multiple people have been seriously injured. I hope they all survive. Let me just check one other thing about this. Seattle Times says a series of gunshots could be heard around 6 p.m., which is about 45 minutes ago. Give me a second here. I don't know if I can pull up the scanner. Not that you're going to hear much on the scanner right now, but let me just take a second here and see. Give me a moment. I'm not hearing anything on it at the moment.
Five is fine. The mail-in has revised warning for obscenity. Five is fine.
Hold on. I'm not hearing much on it at the moment. And again, the shooting apparently took place about 45 minutes ago. So I don't think I'm going to stay on the scanner for now. Hang on a moment here. I'll turn it off for now. Anyways, I'll keep an eye on this and I'll let you know if I hear more. Okay? I'll turn it off for Oops, now I can hear two of me. Yeah, I'll let you know if I hear more. I mean, we don't know what it was. I don't I mean it could have been some kind of dispute, but maybe it's not. I do not know. Someone on the Seattle subreddit said they heard what sounded like automatic weapons. Yeah, I had the scanner on for a second, but I'm not aware that there's a lot on it right now, so I'm not turning it on right now. All right, so what I'm going to do is keep an eye out for that. And let you know what I hear. Okay. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. I just don't have much more details on that right now. I'll let you know what we hear. But I hope people all survive. Now, I think we should talk about a bit. And again, I'll keep. Oh, I never ended the poll. Sorry. I never shut the poll off on YouTube. My fault. I think what we should do is talk about the fires some. We can talk more about the Iran war, but I do want to talk about we haven't even talked about the fires at all. And we should. I have some video about that. Major fires in France and Spain. So let's talk about that some, and then we can go back to the war. Look, wildfires threaten Bordeaux as France and Spain battle blazes. Bunch of video right there, too. I'll have to show you. Hey, by the way, a quick thanks to Master Cool says there's so much going on. Yes, Mark Fanberg. Thank you, Mark. I actually just said that about 10 minutes ago. Thank you, Mark Fanberg. I very much appreciate it. Thank you, Matthew Burmeister. That was a report from the Citizen app, Mark. I haven't seen that confirmed. Thank you, Matthew Burmeister, who says, do you agree that a big reason for a cease in operations is due to the approaching full moon on the 29th? Matthew, I don't know for sure. I have not seen a single report saying that the approaching full moon is the reason for the cease in operations. But again, I'm not in the room with them. Thank you so much, Matthew. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate your support. Thank you also, XKR2, who says only two options, ground invasion or diplomacy. Thank you also, Tormented Tantalus. Tormented just gave 50 people memberships. I am not making this up. Tormented Tantalus has given 100 people memberships tonight on YouTube. That is incredibly generous of you. Tormented Tantalus, please thank Tormented if you got a membership from Tormented, because Tormented has given 100 memberships tonight to people in the YouTube chat. Very, very generous. Thank you, CAC813, for being a member. Really appreciate it. And also, thanks to our moderators. We have moderating right now on Twitch. 13 Alamo, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Thanks for Nada for watching from Brazil, by the way. We also have moderating. Thank you so much. Ruth is moderating. Haley Girl, thank you. All of our mods, thanks so much. Also, Heliodorus, thanks for being a member. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, moderate over there on X, thank you. And also on Facebook, Kay Lowry, Body, Paul Anderson, Darren Charlo. And all of our other moderators, thanks so much. Susan Priest Buchner, thanks for the Facebook stars. All right, let's talk about the fires. We haven't talked about the fires. So I want to talk about them. Oops, I have to do this. Couple people sent me a purported video of somebody handcuffed in Seattle. I can't show the video. I also can't confirm that that's a suspect. I don't know. But thank you, Evelyn in Maine and Blue Spider, for sending me the video. All right, let's talk about the fires. We have not talked about this. Wildfires threaten Bordeaux as France and Spain battle blazes. Talking about wildfires in France and Spain. Give me a quick moment here. Oops, hold on. And look at this headline here from AP. Wildfires in France drive 250,000 people from their homes and creep toward wine city of Bordeaux. There's different fires, some in France and some in Spain. Let's start here. A raging wildfire in southwest France forced the evacuation of 55,000 people overnight Sunday. That's overnight, 55,000 people, bringing the total forced out of their homes to a staggering 220,000 in one region alone, as flames kept ever closer to the wine region city of Bordeaux. Neighboring Spain saw its own fire evacuations on the country's east coast. Shifting and gusting winds, as well as arid conditions, complicated massive efforts to limit the spread of the monster blaze, burning out of control since midweek in France. I'm not going to pronounce this right. Gironde region, where Bordeaux is located. Authorities issued overnight evacuation orders for 5 more localities southwest of Bordeaux. The situation remains very unfavorable, said the French Interior Minister, after what he described as another difficult night for fire crews battling around the clock against the blaze that has burned an area 4 times the size of Paris. He said on X, the fire became extremely virulent again and unpredictable, generating its own winds and advancing erratically toward the Bordeaux metropolitan area. It became calmer by the end of the night. Let me show you on a map what we're talking about here. Bordeaux is here. So see France? We're talking Bordeaux's in western France. Hub of the famed wine-growing region. Seven Angels says my family is still there, a 3-week trip. AP also says an estimated 42,000 hectares, 162 square miles, had burned in Gironde, the region's prefecture said, much of it forests and scrubland made tinder dry by successive heat waves. That is 7 times the area of Manhattan Island and 4 times the size of Paris. The number of firefighters mobilized grew to 2,500, backed by 18 planes and helicopters, including from other European nations. Soldiers have also been called in. A giant A400M military cargo aircraft dropped plumes of ochre-covered retardant. In a first for France, the blaze alarmingly developed into a self-feeding firestorm on several occasions, most recently on Saturday night, generating lightning bolts that can start new flare-ups, authorities said. It's like being confronted by a hurricane, said the Gironde fire chief. Forecast high temperatures starting Tuesday could complicate the firefighting. Just to let you know, right now, the temperature in Bordeaux, France is 68 Fahrenheit. The high was 81 today. I'm sorry, I don't have the high for today, but 81 is the high for tomorrow. And then Tuesday, 95, Wednesday, 99. I think today was, well, I can't tell. It says today is 81 on Google. So in Celsius, Tuesday the high is 35 and Wednesday the high is 37 in Bordeaux. The Bordeaux mayor, fire creeps toward Bordeaux, but the city isn't evacuating. The Bordeaux mayor described the blaze as being at the gates of the metropolitan area about 9 miles away at its closest point. But the mayor said an evacuation of Bordeaux is not on the cards for now. The city is home to 268,000 people. A second fire burning farther south in the Landis region has also forced the evacuation of 36,000 people, driving the total number of displaced people in southwest France to more than 250,000. Also, tens of thousands of people have been forced out of their homes in Spain. In Spain, wildfires burned out of control around Madrid. Evacuations were carried out today in the Valencia region as well of Spain. A man was killed Saturday in a wildfire in Manises, a Valencia suburb, marking Spain's first recorded death in the latest fires. The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, said today, we will have some difficult hours ahead, but the night was very positive in terms of bringing the flames under control. A total of 76,000 people have been evacuated in Spain, while 30,000 others have been confined to their homes. I have some video, by the way, from these fires from today. It's not live right now, but I have some videos I can show you. I'm going to show you. Truth WSYF says incredibly hot summer. Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot to change the headline. Thanks for reminding me. Thanks, Swami, for mentioning that. Hold on. I need to put my headphones in because, hold on a second here. Chris N says it's called fire season, totally natural. Chris, from the reading I have done, these are not run-of-the-mill fires in France and Spain. There's also a couple Reuters videos too. I want to show you this as well. Hold on. I have a video about Bordeaux, France. Hang on. You can see Reuters says wildfires threaten Bordeaux as France and Spain battle blazes. Let me show you. They have a video about Bordeaux. Let's pull up the video that they have. Right. Where is it here? I think it's right here. Ooh, I have it. Bear with me. Hold on. Video coming up. It's from the National Police, that clip. Hold on. There we go. Here we go.
As wildfires advance ever closer to the historic French city of Bordeaux.
I think what I got to do is fix the audio so you're hearing it out of both ears. Give me a second here. Let me just fix the audio because I think you're going to be hearing. You're going to be hearing weird. Okay, that should be better. I think I just fixed the sound. Let's try this again.
As wildfires advance ever closer to the historic French city of Bordeaux, police have been going house to house ordering evacuations. The city's mayor, Thomas Tasnim, said on Sunday that the blazes were a mere 9 miles from the city's main entry points. More than 220,000 people have already been evacuated in southeastern France after fires ravaged the Cap Ferret Peninsula on the Atlantic coast, which is a popular tourist destination. Firefighters are now trying to prevent the flames from reaching Bordeaux, the regional capital in the heart of France's winelands, and home to more than 270,000 people. It's also currently housing those who've been evacuated from around the region, including 86-year-old Jean-Claude Léon. He arrived in the shelter in the early hours of Friday and still has no idea how long he might have to stay. Bordeaux's mayor told Reuters he was looking into offering longer-term accommodation for evacuees. Across the border in Spain, authorities say 75,000 people have been evacuated from their homes and more than 30,000 ordered to shelter in place. Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez said complicated hours lay ahead. He's been visiting fire-hit areas in Avila, one of 3 central provinces affected by major blazes alongside Madrid and Toledo. These fires are the latest disasters linked to prolonged drought and successive heat waves, which scientists say have been intensified by climate change. In both Bordeaux and Avila, July's high temperatures have averaged 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius. According to the Reuters Climate Monitor, it's about 11 degrees Fahrenheit above the month's normal high between 1961 and 1990.
There were some other videos I had too. I have not heard. I haven't gone. Somebody asked if vineyards were burning. Now, I haven't heard about that yet, but I don't want to say no and then find out later yes. I haven't been spending a lot of time looking into this today, so I cannot be sure, but I haven't heard that myself. Here's a quote about Spain. You can see from Reuters, a separate blaze in Spain's eastern Castellón province has ravaged over 4,300 hectares. Regional authorities said the fire is out of control. It's very difficult to extinguish from a technical standpoint, especially because of the adverse weather conditions that continue throughout the day, said the regional leader of Valencia. That fire has entered the Sierra de Espadon Natural Park, containing large forests of pine trees and cork oaks. Reuters says the fires are the latest disasters linked to prolonged drought and successive heat waves that scientists say have been intensified by climate change. In both Bordeaux and Avila, July high temperatures have averaged almost 6 degrees Celsius above the normal high between 1961 and 1990. Here is, let me show you some of the, I have some video here. Okay. What is this? Oh, that's that one. Oh, this is, by the way, also I should mention, so there's fires near, we told you near Bordeaux, France, right? It's actually southwestern France, not southeastern. Then there's fires around Madrid and also fire in the area of Valencia. Valencia is on the east coast. See if I can get an overall map that I have the rights to show you of the fires. Here, by the way, this is France southwest. Smoke billows from burning trees as wildfire devours forest in France's southwest. This is from AFP. This is from earlier today. This is some video from earlier today of fire in southwest France. Obviously, a lot of trees there. I don't think there's sound on this video. This might be, I think that's a repeating clip. Then I have another video. This is also Bordeaux. Oh, I don't know. Here. This one is firefighters work on extinguishing blaze in southwest France. So this is a video of firefighters in southwest France. Now there should be audio on this, I think. But I'm not hearing any audio on this one for some reason. I'll have to look into why I'm not getting audio on this. Look. Roughneck says looks dry as Oklahoma. I think this might have been a live stream earlier today on AFP. It's not live right now. Kind of skim through there. Now you have this. No, this isn't the whole fire. Come on. Let me just see what else I have for video here. Yeah, Caviar said that looked like a controlled burn there. That might have been what was happening. Then this is, I think I showed you that one. Ooh, here's a different one. Smoke billows over mountains near Valencia, Spain. So this is a video from the fire near Valencia, Spain, in eastern Spain. Check this one from AFP. Give me 1 second here. I want to see. Is there something I did to the volume on this? Look at right near the houses. I think this was from a live stream earlier today. That's pretty scary. Just forward through here. I think it might be kind of the same shots over and over. Jiggle My Bit says, so sad to see. Hang on a second here. I think I might even have one more video here. No, that's like a press briefing, not in English. All right. Mike J says, not used to hearing about wildfires in France or Spain. Got to keep an eye on Bordeaux. BBC says French President Macron is going to have a crisis meeting on Monday as wildfires closed in on Bordeaux. I will check up and see what I can find for you about the if I can find any more details about Seattle, about the shooting there. We talked about it earlier. Yeah, guys, so a lot of people, we spent a bunch of time talking about the shooting in Seattle already. I would encourage you, if you're not already, follow me on X at Lookner, because if you go there, you can see what I've posted about, and I posted a bunch of stuff there about it already, so you can get caught up if you want. I'm at Lookner on X. So we talked about a bunch already on the stream, and I posted about it on my S account, but I'll do a check to see if I see anything new. But you can check my X account at Lookner. The police haven't reported anything new. Hang on a second here. Yeah, the local news does not seem to have much new on it. I've checked some local channels. they don't seem to have much. Um, yeah, Seattle Times doesn't really have much more. There was a big food festival going on at the Seattle Center, Bite of Seattle, which is the area where this happened. But Citizen App had before said 6 people were shot. I can't confirm that. Um, so I don't have much right now for you. Citizen had claimed that there was 1 suspect in custody and 2 suspects being searched for. I can't confirm that. And I don't know why that happened. If they have a news conference and I have access to it, I'll certainly show it to you. Were the fires deliberately set? I've heard nothing to suggest the fires were deliberately set. I haven't heard any reporting saying that. Yeah, there's just not a lot of details right now on this on the Seattle shooting. I haven't heard anything about it being an active shooting situation. Reportedly, the shooting happened about an hour and 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm not, again, if and when I see more, I'll let you know. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Bears. I appreciate that, Bears, and also Bears Wid Films, and also Jiggle Jess, thank you. And Heliodorus, thank you. Also, Bad Doge. Bad Doge, that's very kind of you. Bad Doge 4570. I really appreciate that, Bad Doge. Thanks for your support of the channel. Yeah, again, I just looked around, checked a lot of local news outlets, and I just don't have information on it. So we'll keep an eye out. Hold on a second. I have to do something here. How's that? Then I don't have to keep switching it. I'll also change here this. Bear with me for 1 second. I'm just updating the title of the broadcast, mentioning that we're talking about Seattle as well. You know, Karen Lincoln, I don't know if I'll have video of the Lindsey Graham funeral. That's a good question. I'll have to look into that. I don't know if I'll have video of it. Yeah, at some point, I would anticipate some sort of um, news conference or something, but I don't see anything about it right now. I don't even see a statement. The police haven't said anything since they first posted about it. I don't know why a few people today have said the sound is low. Everybody else says it's fine. I'm looking at the levels. The levels are totally fine. Just a few people today have said it, and I don't know. I'm sorry if it is. Maybe try refreshing the stream. But most people said it's good. And again, the levels here look fine. Yeah, most people are saying it's totally fine. So I don't know why a few people are saying that. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do about it. Because for most people, it's good. Yeah, so again, there was reports of a shooting at Seattle, at the Seattle Center. That's where the Space Needle is. There was a big food festival going on there. Citizen App said 6 people were shot, but we just don't have a lot of details on that. Fox News, I checked there. They barely have anything. CNN barely has anything. Jeremy Harris of Como News in Seattle said witnesses told him they saw 6 people who were shot. And witnesses also said it happened at this food festival, the Bite of Seattle. Give me 1 sec here. Give me 1 second here. By the way, hold on. I wanted to mention that Brad Roberts mentioned the firm site, which was a good suggestion to check the firm site, the NASA firm's fire site in relation to the fires in Spain and France. So that was a very good suggestion. Unfortunately, Brad didn't do it politely. He said, "Has Steve forgotten what the NASA firm's website is actually used for?" So I ended up timing Brad Roberts out. But I do appreciate the suggestion. Hopefully, Brad next time can not do it rudely and just do it pleasantly. But aside from that, I do appreciate the suggestion from Brad. So I went over to the NASA firm's website, and you can see this is, so now I'm not an expert at using this site, and so I don't know what fires were there 2 weeks ago and all that stuff. But what you can see here is I believe that's near Bordeaux. Although I don't know why it's not showing the name here when I have it on satellite. When I have it on satellite, why isn't it? Oh, time-based. Probably going to show up here. I think that's Bordeaux. See, it says Bordeaux right there. See? So you have all of this. There's Bordeaux. You can see all of the, that's very that's densely settled in here. And you can see now this says time detection. I'm not going to try to play fire expert, but it says, and I don't know when these time detections happen. Do they only happen at certain times of the day? Anyways, yellow is 6 to 12 hours ago. White is 12 to 24. Oh, brownish. Light off-white is 12 to 24, and light white is 24 plus. So, I mean, if you go by this, I don't really know if you can. I don't know. But if you go by then, you get, what if we just do today? No, it's coming up during 24 hours. You get a bunch of fires down here. But you can see actually there's a lot of people who live in this area. So I don't know, if these fires keep spreading towards the city, you have some of these areas in here with all kinds of people living here, which are surrounded by trees. See, it says Bordeaux. So that's something to keep an eye on. And then over here in Spain, you have the city of Madrid is here. That's the city. And then you have fires in the west of the city. Oh, hold on. Orange is 3 to 6 hours ago. Now look at this. I cannot confirm this, but if that's really where there's fires here, I mean, there are places where a lot of people live. Where is this? Villa del Prado. But, out here, this is west of Madrid, the city Madrid, which is in, here. But even out here, you can see those. I mean, there's orange here, which is detection 3 to 6 hours ago. And those are certainly places where a lot of people live. And then up here as well, see all the orange up here? And you certainly have people living in these areas in the vicinity. But I cannot confirm where all I'm just showing you this is what what firm says. I'm not going to say this confirms everything. Even up here, like over here where you have this orange, these detections from the last 3 to 6 hours, a bunch of people live here too. Glue Man says that's a lot of terrain. You can go to the NASA firm's fire site and check for yourself. See, Brad, what I did, Brad? I suggested it to everybody and I wasn't rude about it. I just did it very pleasantly. See, it can be done, Brad. Spearsall says you can see it spreading east over time. Well, here, I mean, the more active, at least from this place, the more active recent fire locations are here. Well, actually, there's some over here too. I take it back. There's some over here as well. And then by Valencia, this must be the fire over by Valencia here, which is... Am I right about this? Or am I wrong? Or is it covered up? Yeah, there's Valencia right there. See, it says Valencia. And then, I mean, there's a lot up here. Again, this is the NASA firms map. I don't want to, this is not my specialty, so I don't want to start reading in very specific things to these maps, but it can give you a helpful idea of where some of these fire detections are. The NASA firms global map, go to time-based. I don't have, there's no live cameras that I have access to that I can show you that's showing it live right now. Sometimes during the morning, I have access to them. You might be able to find something online. I'm not sure. I know AP and AFP and Reuters don't have any up right now. Yes, as new to this says fire moves with the wind. Now, I'd have to look up and see what the wind forecast is the next couple of days. I don't know. Let me see if there's anything new on the Seattle shooting. The only thing Seattle police posted about this was over an hour ago, where they said, we are investigating a shooting, multiple shooting victims, shots fired at the Seattle Center. More information to come. Please avoid the area. Here, very short article on AP. Short. Multiple people shot as gunfire erupts near Seattle's iconic Space Needle, police say. Multiple people were injured in a shooting Sunday night at an events complex close to the Space Needle in Seattle, police said in a statement. Authorities did not immediately release more information. Police were investigating the shooting and urged people to avoid the area. The Seattle Center was hosting the Bite of Seattle Food Festival. Over the weekend, the annual festival started in 1982 and draws 350,000 attendees over 3 days of food, drink, and community celebration, according to its website. Ooh, this is interesting. Look at this. I just saw this from a city in France. Hang on. This is city of Saint-Jean-de-Lac. 6 hours ago, the fight against this fire monster is tough. Firefighters from France and elsewhere, gendarmes, Army of the Land, Air Force, ... are all fighting relentlessly. Okay. The fire is at this stage several kilometers. I mean, 3 kilometers is 2 miles, basically. Several kilometers from the residences, still far from the city center. The city remains off limits. Where is this? No return in the evacuated municipalities. This is Saint-Jean-de-Lac. See if I can find this on the map. Okay, this is in France. This is west of Bordeaux, right? Because we were looking at the firm's map. Am I remembering this right? Where the fire was west of Bordeaux? There's Bordeaux. So see, it says Saint-Jean-de-Lac. There. Now, if we go to the firm's map, if I can pull it up here. Let's go to the fire near Bordeaux over here, and let's find that city. Is it right here? Maybe? Hang on. I don't know why I can't get the name unless I do streets. Saint-Jean-de-Lac. That's the city right there. The city we were just talking about. Saint-Jean-de-Lac. And look. That's the city. And then you can see those orange markers are fire detections from the last 6 to 12 hours, the orange ones. And the city is right here. It looks like it's about, if I had to guess, about 3 miles from the fire. That's scary. That is a commune in France, which is like a city, like a town in the U.S. And the population is about 10,000 people. So they are quite concerned there. Overlays? Oh, overlays. There we go. Ah, thank you. Full moon. There we go. I did it. I was like, there's got to be a way to do this. Hey, thanks, full moon. That's helpful. So now I can just put the street names on here. There you go. Again, Saint Jean de l'Arc. I was mentioning this because a French outlet was talking about that town tonight. They were saying, so according to BFM TV in France, that city, Saint Jean de l'Arc, is facing fire on 3 fronts, they say. The town hall is calling on the last holdouts to evacuate. According to BFM TV. Can I find that post? Oh, I think I have it here. I found it right here. Here it is. Look, this is the latest Saint Jean de l'Arc. I was just showing you that on the map. This is 4 hours ago. Message from the mayor. At the end of the day, I conducted patrols between 6:30 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. and then between 8:30 p.m. and 10:40 p.m. across the entire territory of our city. The situation has evolved between the 2 patrols. Saint Jean de l'Arc is facing 3 fronts. To the north, fire in 3 directions. To the north, to the west. To the north, it's being handled by firefighters and military personnel. To the west, firefighters, its evolution depends heavily on the direction of the wind. Firefighters are present on site, and forest firefighting work of the type fire break has been carried out and currently ongoing at night. This second front is the one that worries me the most. The goal remains for the firefighters to protect lives and homes. To the south, I noticed huge fire trucks. If there are still residents who have not complied with the last FR alert message received on July 26 at 8:27 p.m., this time you must evacuate Saint Jean de l'Arc without waiting, says the mayor. That's just from about 4 hours ago. And that's a bit west of Bordeaux. I hope the fire stays away from their town. John Labubu says the mayor is pulling it out in all caps. Gary says it's a small town. He said fire on 3 sides of the town. Give me one more moment here. One more moment. By the way, according to the Interior Minister of Spain, according to El País, the Interior Minister of Spain said firefighters in Avila are facing the largest and most aggressive fire in Spanish history. That's according to El País. Yes, the Interior Minister said, we are facing the largest and most aggressive wildfire in the history of Spain. I'm going to check in a second the Seattle and see if we have any more updates from there. Hang on a moment. I don't see anything more from the Seattle police. By the way, quick thanks to Captain Jenks for the membership. That's really nice of you, Captain Jenks. Please thank Captain Jenks if you got a membership from them. Also, Stanley Matuzak. Thank you, Stanley, for your support of the channel. Thanks, Stanley. Also, Bears Wide Films. I think I might have thanked Bears already. Bears Wide Films. Thank you. Also, hey, a quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers over there who support the channel, like Spears Lol. Is it Spears Lol? I think. Glue Man, Wall Street Shaggy, Digital Communist, Flux Eternus, Naomi Russo, Sarah, My Mind Spray, EJ Rod, Canadian Till the NVO, Ehawk MPA, M2 Kudzi, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Amelian as well, thank you. Yeah, I really haven't heard much more about this shooting. Very little information. King 5 has hardly anything new. King 5 said there are some victims who've been transported to Harborview Medical Center. Fox Seattle, very little. Again, that shooting reportedly happened about 6 p.m. Pacific time, which would have been about 2 hours ago. That food festival draws about 300,000 people a year. It was going on from Saturday to Monday. Yeah, as our viewer mentioned, was it Sunny Knight who mentioned this? As our viewer mentioned, and also the Seattle Times was reporting, Harborview Medical Center is on lockdown. I'm not sure why, maybe because this is a crime being investigated, as Sunny Knight was saying. Now, one of our viewers just mentioned something, Midwest Doug. Where was that, Midwest Doug? I don't see that on their social media. Let's see what else I can find. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Como says that 2 people were killed and 5 injured. That's according to Como. In the shooting at Bite of Seattle event. That's according to Como. Como News. They just posted, and I just saw their story. They say 2 people were killed and 5 injured, including a 2-year-old child. We still don't know what led to this shooting. But again, Como News Seattle is reporting now that 2 people were killed and 5 injured, including a 2-year-old child, which is not good news, obviously. This was at a food festival at the Seattle Center. You can see here, this is the Seattle Center. It's where the Space Needle is. It's in this area. There's a Space Needle. See, it says Seattle Center shooting on Google. I don't know if exactly that's where that was. I have to look up and see where the food festival was being held. Yeah, I mean, I can see videos of it on the line and on the website, and it shows the Space Needle. I mean, it's right near the Space Needle. I don't know exactly where all the stuff was set up there. Doesn't seem to have a map on the site. So maybe it's just kind of all over the Seattle Center. Oh, I have a map now. I found a map. Okay, it actually there's the International Fountain, Beer Garden. Yeah, it's kind of in a bunch of it's in a bunch of it. So like a bunch of this area here is taken up by the food festival. Like around here, like I think that like this grassy area here and this grassy area here, if I read the map right. Again, the Space Needle is here, but you have all this grassy area in here. So somewhere there. Barry says the Pacific Science Center is there. By the way, thank you to Mosh Miri, who I guess is in Seattle. Mosh, I'm really, I appreciate it very much, Mosh Miri. Thank you. I'm really looking, I don't know if we'll have a live stream of it. I'm really waiting for the press conference. I think that's where we're going to hear the most at this point. The shooting itself happened about 2 hours ago. So I haven't heard anything about a press conference. And again, I don't know that we'll have it. Depends on who shows it and all that. But I don't have any live feed I can show you right now. But to repeat, the shooting itself was a couple hours ago. Spears Saul sinks not till morning. Well, it's only, what, 8 p.m. there right now? So I would think maybe we would get something tonight. Something. But to repeat, like, oh, yeah, so by the way, Seattle Times was also saying that 2 died. Okay, this is from Seattle Times says that the fire department said they treated a woman with 40-year-old woman with minor injuries, 39-year-old woman, 2-year-old boy, 23-year-old man, and 56-year-old woman in stable condition. So that's from the Seattle Times. Let me just mention that again. They say Seattle fire says 2 dead in Seattle shooting and 5 injured. 1 with minor injuries. 4 taken to hospital in stable condition. At least 2 dead, Seattle Fire said. Okay. So again, just to repeat, According to Seattle Fire, this is from the Seattle Times, at least 2 people are dead. That's what Como says as well. Probably getting it from the same report. And they say a 40-year-old woman had minor injuries, and a 39-year-old woman, a 2-year-old boy, a 23-year-old man, and a 56-year-old woman all were taken to the hospital in stable condition. I have heard no word on cause, on motive. Was this, some kind of dispute and people fire at each other or something? I don't know. So I'll keep an eye out for more. Ruth says, so very sad. Yeah, certainly condolences to the families of those killed. And I don't know anything about who they are at this point and what happened there. I just did a check to see if anything was developing with the Middle East. I don't see any new reports of attacks there or anything, which is good. In case you missed it, we talked at the start of the stream about how multiple reports say President Trump has decided for now to not escalate the war in Iran. And he's going to, the U.S. ambassador to the UN said Trump is giving talks a little bit of room. Also, you can see here, Iran says it will halt strikes as long as U.S. bombing pause holds. Iran today said it will halt its own attacks as long as the U.S. does the same. That comes as the U.S. pressed pause on its bombing campaign after President Trump's advisors told him they were running out of targets and expressed worries about depleting the U.S. arsenal. There have been no attacks since, I believe, Thursday night into Friday morning by the U.S. Resuming combat operations remains an operation, but General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has cautioned privately to Trump that it would carry risk given the negative impact on stocks of munitions, an official said. That includes interceptors used by U.S. air defenses in the Middle East. Roger Shoemaker says stalemate. What is it here? The reline? The tree line says stop and go, so annoying. AP says U.S. and Iran paused their attacks after days of escalation. AP said it was not clear why the U.S. has paused after targeting Iranian coastal areas and infrastructure in a nearly 2-week escalation, sparked by Iran's firing at ships trying to transit the Strait of Hormuz. Mike Waltz, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, said today, Trump is giving talks some space. He's giving it a little bit of room. He said, we've had both Oman and Iran and a number of our other negotiators engaged at every level, from the most senior levels all the way down to the technical level over the past few weeks, and particularly in the past few days. Waltz dismissed the idea that the U.S. stockpile of interceptors crucial in defending Iranian attacks is running low, but experts have questioned how long the U.S. and Iran can afford to keep up attacks. Also, shipping traffic on the Strait is at a 3-week low. Concerns about shipping at the Strait of Hormuz and now on another crucial waterway in the region of Bab el-Mandeb Strait to the Red Sea. Concerns continue. Commercial shipping traffic on the Strait of Hormuz was at a 3-week low, a maritime body overseen by the U.S. Navy said today, adding that no attacks had been confirmed in the past 72 hours. I can probably show you that update from the JIC. I have it right here. Joint Maritime Information Center. Compare transits. Look at this right here. Strait of Hormuz East, Strait of Hormuz West. July 25th, 1 ship went through the Strait of Hormuz. July 24th, 3 ships. July 23rd, 6 ships. The 22nd, 2 ships. The 23rd, 3, then 4, then 2. Strait of Hormuz total, 1 on the 25th. And no tankers. Sorry. That was just cargo vessels, but also no tankers. So 1 ship total through the Strait of Hormuz, cargo vessel or tanker on the 25th, and 3 total on the 24th. The day before it was 9. Then you have 4, 6, 5. 1 on the 25th. I wonder if is that going to increase now that the fighting has stopped, or are ships going to still be like, well, they're going to attack us if we go? This is the Strait of Hormuz transits the last 90 days. You can see what happens right at the end there. And the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, which leads out of the Red Sea, has gone down a bit the last few days after a couple ships were attacked by the Houthis there, but they're attacking Saudi ships. Glue Man says, I can say it's unlikely to decrease much further. Naomi Russo says, oh, no tankers, oh my goodness. Yeah, so, obviously, if fewer ships are trying to actually go through the Strait of Hormuz, there's less of a chance of Iran attacking those ships, right? What happens if more ships start going through the Strait of Hormuz or trying to without Iranian permission? Roger Shoemaker says, shocking numbers. Michael Avery, yes, the U.S. blockade is still on of ships going to and from Iran, but that's not a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Ships not going to and from Iran are welcome to go through, well, the U.S. says, while Iran says they have to agree with us about going through and plan it with us before. King 5 News is what is reporting what was reported elsewhere. 2 dead and 5 injured in the Seattle Center shooting at a food festival. And we showed you before, Brent crude oil is down over 10% today after being closed. The market closed for the weekend. Remember, the market closed at 6 p.m. Friday, or 5 p.m. Friday, and then there were no attacks over the weekend between the U.S. and Iran. So it opened up and oil was much lower. WTI crude also lower by about 5.5% today. Hetty thinks stocks will go up tomorrow. I'm looking at the futures on tradingview.com, which is what we're looking at right here. And I am seeing that Dow futures are up about 0.6%. S&P futures are up about 0.7 or 0.8%. And NASDAQ futures are up about a little over 1%. Pioneer Twin says, if no oil is going through the strait, why is oil down? It's a good question. So I think the theory is that people were worried before about escalation and the situation getting worse. And now they might think, oh, it's not going to escalate. It's not going to be as bad. And maybe anticipating that, there'll be some kind of agreement at some point, at least temporary, where more oil can get out of there. But I think they might have been factoring in at the end of last week this idea that things could get a lot worse. Douthis says oil is down because the shooting stopped. Hey, thanks to Kristen Hafner and also Jeff TE88. Jeff says, check out the last 20 mass shootings. It is obvious who/what is the cause of these attacks. That's what Jeff says. Jeff, thanks for your support of the channel. Jeff TE88 PFCR. Also, Lone Star Cowboy. Lone Star, we actually did earlier show the firm's fire map for Spain. But in case you didn't see it, we talked about the fires that had been going on west of Madrid and I think north of Valencia. There's the city of Madrid. There have been major fires going on to the west of Madrid. The orange is fire detections in the last 6 to 12 hours. Off-white is 12 to 24 hours. White is more than 24 hours ago. I don't know why. I mean, I assume fires are still burning, but maybe the fire detections, maybe the satellite doesn't detect them at certain times. I'm not sure. So I assume they're not out, but the most recent one there is 6 to 12. Over here is Valencia is down here. And then north of Valencia, you have fire up here. And again, some of the 6 to 12 are the orange ones. I don't know if there's like a different, let me see something here. I mean, I'm not an expert on using the firm site, so. Yes, so I'm looking at Gemini. What Gemini says is that the firm's satellites that firms relies on, they have several passes over Europe a day. So what will happen? You're not getting updates every half an hour. You get, I don't know. Now, they list 2 passes on Gemini. I don't know, but my point is that that if you're getting periodic passes, you can miss. There could be stuff that happened in the last few hours that hasn't shown up yet. I mean, if it was, is it 12? Some of our viewers are saying every 12 hours. That's what a couple of our viewers said. If it's every 12 hours they do a pass, the firms, then what that would mean is that at hour 11, there's going to be nothing from the last few hours, right? Because if it's every 12 hours, I don't know how that works. How often it updates. That I don't know. But that could be, I mean, I assume, I haven't heard these fires are out. But, and then it's the same thing up here. If we go, now, earlier, I think we saw some red at some of these. Now we see no red. Similarly, the fires to the west of Bordeaux, France, you can see there, we're not seeing anything from the last 6 hours, everything 6 hours or more, but that just might be because the data is old at this point. Captain Jenks and Spears LOL thinks it's every 12 hours. I don't know for sure. I looked these things up, but I don't know for a fact that I'm getting the right answer when I look it up. So. They say on the site, do not use this site for the preservation of life or property. Satellite-derived active fire/thermal anomalies have limited accuracy. Active fire thermal anomalies may be from fire or hot smoke or agriculture or other sources. Cloud cover may obscure active fire detections. Maybe it's in frequently asked questions. How often is FIRMS updated? Oh, this is interesting. FIRMS is updated regularly as new data are ingested. However, it's important to note that the data are derived from instruments onboard polar orbiting satellites. And generally, these have 2 overpasses a day. 2 a day. FIRMS makes the NRT data available within 3 hours of satellite observation. The RT data is available in 30, blah, 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 blah. You can overlay the daily orbit tracks to see satellite overpass times for your area of interest. Anyways. Fire detection is performed with the satellites using a contextual algorithm that exploits the strong emission of mid-infrared radiation from fires. Anyways, you can go to FIRMS and look up the frequently asked questions, but it is not the data is not constantly updating. Headwaters believes the update rate is delayed drastically with the number of fires to be viewed. Is that true? I don't know. Thanks also to Simons Nathan M for supporting the channel. Thanks, Simons Nathan M. Also, thanks to our members, people like, I'm going to tell you in a second. Hang on. And again, thanks so much to Mosh Miri and Mosh Miri 51 in Seattle. I very much appreciate it. Thanks to our members, Chris F., Roger Shoemaker, our Roy 1822, Joseph Say, Lolly Lollipop, Hunger Smith, Pixie, Solar Fridge, Captain Jenks, Roy 1822, Pam BK, Marisol Del Valle, GPV, Darcy Do That, Ben Van, Hungersmith, Dr. McRib. Really appreciate all of our YouTube members. Thank you. And Jennifer Ellers, thanks for subscribing over there on Facebook. Now, do we hear anything more about Seattle? There's nothing more from police that I've seen. I'm not aware of any reporting on how the Seattle shooting came to happen at that food festival at the Seattle Center, but 2 are dead and 5 are injured. I'll say this. One thing I don't really hear being talked about regarding the fact that the U.S. has stopped strikes 3 days ago on Iran, and reportedly President Trump is has decided to, for the moment, not to escalate the war. One thing I don't really hear talked about as a possible reason for this is, I mean, we've been talking about this here a lot, but the last couple weeks, oil prices, especially the last week or so, oil prices went way up. And also bond market yields were going up. So where's my, I had it here. I mean, oil prices went up like, I think over 40% in the span of about a few weeks. So this was, early in early July, Brent crude had gotten down to about 71 because there was the ceasefire and the memorandum of understanding. But then the fighting started happening, and then it got up to over 100. So from 71 to over 100, that's roughly a 40% increase. So I mean, I don't know if President Trump looked at that and looked at the bond yields going up, suggesting that people thought inflation was going to go up and the Fed might raise rates. I don't know if that played into all of this. EIM thinks someone's making a lot of money. The Sheldo thinks war is over. DMF Squiggle thinks we're out of interceptors and we know we can't defend against Iran if they fire back. Gramble says we got to pick it up, more bombs. That is TradingView, by the way, right there, tradingview.com. Thank you, Mosh. Mosh is in Seattle. I will keep that in mind, Mosh Miri. Thanks for being a member. And I still have seen nothing in Seattle about why this happened. I've been checking a bunch of local sources, national sources. I don't see anything explaining why that shooting happened. Captain Jenks thinks we have plenty of missiles. It is just the time of bringing them from point A to point B. AP says, airstrikes have paused and talks are pressing forward. But can the U.S. and Iran take the off-ramp? It remains to be seen whether the U.S. and Iran are at an inflection point in a mercurial conflict that will reach the 5-month point on Tuesday. President Trump has both threatened more strikes and said talks are pressing on, all while brushing off concerns that rising gas prices tied to the fighting could hurt Republicans in November's midterm elections. Adding to the uncertainty is the impact of Prime Minister of Israel Benjamin Netanyahu's planned visit with Trump next week in Washington. I guess that would be this week, right? I believe. This story might have originally come. Yeah, I think this story originally came out last night. Israel has been notably absent from the renewed American attacks over Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Michael Singh with the Washington Institute for Near East Policy said the Iranians understand that perhaps it could get worse because Israel could come into the conflict. On the other hand, Israel's lack of involvement so far may signal to the Iranians that we're looking to limit the conflict. Singh, who was the senior Middle East director on the National Security Council during the Bush administration, George W. Bush administration, said he was hesitant to read too much into the lull in fighting. If it turns into a multi-day pause, that'll be something significant, he said. But it's hard to know. Is it an operational pause? Is it a pause to allow for some kind of behind-the-scenes diplomacy? On Sunday, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson confirmed that Iran and Oman had held several rounds of technical talks about the Strait of Hormuz in Iran over the weekend. He said while the Omani delegation left Tehran on Saturday afternoon, talks had made progress and were continuing. Singh, who is the expert they interviewed in this article, said that the U.S. strikes appear to be an attempt to push Iran back to the negotiating table. The question would be, what kind of messages, if any, is the Iranian regime sending through diplomatic channels now? Have those messages changed? Do they seem more eager to return to talks? He said among the challenges the U.S. faces is the fractured leadership in Iran, with different factions vying for control, something Trump administration officials have also pointed to. The people in charge in Iran may worry that compromising with the U.S. will be seen as weakness and could loosen their grip on power. Whatever the case, he said, both the U.S. and Iran need the strait to reopen for their own economic reasons. But they have very different conceptions of under what conditions, under whose control the strait will be when it opens. So we have to get to some kind of stable equilibrium on these questions before you're going to see a longer period of quiet. I think this effort to negotiate with words and also to negotiate with force is going to continue, he said, until we reach that equilibrium. We did a poll before, and most of you thought that the halt in fighting would not last a week. Midtown Mike thinks it's all the same stuff with the war. Nothing is new. Spectre EH says Iran has been preparing for this war for 40 years. They aren't done yet. Interesting for a minute. No, I have not heard any. I have not heard any reports that Israel struck Iran today. President Trump will be viewing a drag race and vehicle demonstration tomorrow. I just saw his schedule for tomorrow. Oh, I think there might be a press conference coming up soon. Hold on. Hold on. I'm just keeping an eye out. I forgot what I was just saying. Well, I don't know. I'm actually not seeing any kind of press conference scene. I thought I was, but I'm not. What was I just talking? Oh, his schedule. Trump's schedule. Yes, this is what I wanted to mention. All right, here's the schedule here. 8 a.m. executive time. Then he departs the White House for Waterford, Michigan. Then at 1:55 p.m., the president views a drag race and vehicle demonstration in Milford, Michigan. Then at 2:10 p.m., he participates in a tour and gift ceremony. Then he will deliver remarks in Milford, Michigan. Then he will return back to the White House. Our viewer iBegizmo says, of course, the media is, hold on, trying to find the comment here. It flew by. iBegizmo. iBegizmo is saying something like the media is not releasing the information about the shooting. I can't find it anymore. Redacted says, I am from Milford. Funny to hear my town mentioned. Cliff P says, Iran still seems potent, straight not open either. Still trying to get you some sort of update about Seattle. So little information about what did they think led to that shooting, which killed 2 people and injured 5. Mike J says, probably because not caught yet. Rain Vaging says, I used to work in Seattle Center as the head of a college in the building. I will say the Seattle Times said that the Harbor View Medical Center said all 4 people taken there had suffered gunshot wounds. Oh. Seattle Times says one of the 4 people there is in critical condition, while all others are in satisfactory condition. That's an update from the Seattle Times. All 4 patients taken from shooting to Harbor View Medical Center had gunshot wounds. One is in critical condition, the others in satisfactory condition. It's a little bit of an update. So again, 2 people killed, 1 person with minor injuries, 4 people hospitalized with gunshot wounds. 3 of those are in satisfactory condition. 1 of them is in critical condition. I hope everybody that's survived so far continues surviving. Yeah, that happened right near the Space Needle. As we've been telling you, by the way, oil prices ease after U.S. and Iran paused their attacks. Oil prices eased in early trading, falling further from a 2-month high sent last week. Brent crude right now is down over 10%. Oh, there's also, I think one of the viewers or one of my followers had said something like they're waiting till after the Fed meeting. It's interesting because the Fed meeting is this week, right? Yeah, the rate decision is Wednesday, this Wednesday. And there was thoughts that there was thinking that, now with the oil price going way up, the Fed might raise rates because they might anticipate inflation. But now with the fighting having stopped 2 days ago, what's the Fed going to do? Are they going to say, oh, well, the fighting stopped, so we don't think there's going to be as much inflation, so now we're less likely to raise rates to keep inflation down? The stoppage in the fighting came just 5 days before the Fed announces their next interest rate decision. I have no idea if it had anything to do with it. I think one of the viewers had said the Trump administration will wait till after the Fed decision to strike. I don't know what. I can't say. I can't say there's any connection. Michael Avery says I'm skeptical. Again, I'm just pointing out the timing. I don't know that there's any connection there. 80 ISO says there will be no change in rates. We might have to cover that on Wednesday. That's Wednesday is the announcement. Maybe we'll cover that Wednesday. We'll cover the rate announcement. I'm still hoping to get you some kind of update about Seattle. Somebody just sent me something claiming that they know stuff about the Seattle shooter. They don't say where this information is coming from. They just say it's this information. They give no sources whatsoever. No sources. Lindsey Graham's funeral service is the 28th and 29th? Funeral services will begin with an arrival ceremony at the U.S. Capitol building. Seems to say the 28th. Tuesday? We might cover that depending on availability of video. Anonymous, there is no motive in the Seattle shooting yet. The shooting happened almost 3 hours ago, but there's no word on motive right now. It's interesting. I'm looking at Iranian state media and they're just like, it's interesting to look at it and just not see the constant reports of explosions. Here's some pictures from Reuters. Seattle shooting leaves 2 dead, 5 injured, according to reports. Not much in that story, though. You can see it says "Bite of Seattle." Bite of Seattle. Food festival. High Beef mentions something. High Beef says 2 suspects. NPR Seattle, KUOW says 2 suspects are in custody. Interesting. Thank you to our viewer who mentioned that. High Beef. KUOW says 2 suspects are in custody. I had not heard that before. KUOW. 2 suspects are in custody for the Seattle shooting. They don't have identities. Oh, what's this? What am I looking at right now? Hold on. Somebody's, what's this? Oh, Como was talking to somebody at the hospital. The person at the hospital said the injuries range from arm, leg, abdomen. It's nothing about the motive or anything. Sometimes, like the New York Post will get stuff early. They don't have anything new on that either. David says, was it an AR-15? I don't know what weapons were used. Yeah, Nick live to go fast says not much for updates. Not right now. That's kind of what I'm trying to bring you because we've been covering it. So I'd like to be able to give you something. They haven't released any names. No, no names released. Como has I think, a drone shot above the empty venue. Oops, now I'm hearing two of myself. Oregon guy says we use firms here too. said there were some fires in Oregon. That's from Oregon Guy. Thank you for writing in. Then I was sent, I cannot show this. I don't own the rights to it. Our viewer Blue Spider said Intel Point Alert posted a video that supposedly where you hear the gunshots. Again, I don't have the rights to show that. It's not my video, but I might peek at it here and just listen to it if I can. Where is it? I don't see it. Oh. No, I don't see it. Why don't I see it? That's confusing. Here, hold on. I'm going to just listen to this for a second. Intel Point Alert posted a video where you see a guy making a video at his food stand, and then in the background you hear some shots, and then people start saying shooting and running. I'll post a link in the chat to it. I haven't even watched the whole thing. Yeah, I'll post a link to the video from Intel Point Alert where you can watch it. It's not graphic. I don't see anybody shot or anything, but I just posted the link in the chat. I believe I'm seeing the governor posted something. Here's what the governor said. Governor Bob Ferguson. I am receiving briefings regarding the ongoing response to the tragedy at the Seattle Center. Washington State Patrol SWAT team is on the way to assist at the request of Seattle Police Department. Why is the Washington State Patrol SWAT team on the way? Is somebody barricaded or something? Please continue to avoid the area. If you're in the area, please follow directions from law enforcement. My prayers are with the families of the victims and the responders as they work to keep people safe. That was 4 minutes ago. That post was 4 minutes ago. Way do you think something is up? As I mentioned, KUOW reports that 2 suspects are in custody. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, I still haven't heard anything about any kind of motive or anything. Captain Jenks says sometimes suspects are questioned and released. That's true. It's kind of odd that I feel like it's odd that we haven't heard anything more from the police. Give me a second here. I was going to maybe change the photo because we're kind of trying to give updates. I feel like we're focusing at this point more on getting some updates about the shooting. Give me one more moment here. I'd like to maybe change the thumbnail. All right, I'm just getting a new picture up here. And I'll get it over my shoulder as well. Okay, change this, change this. I am just about done updating the picture. So thanks for bearing with me. Done. And let me just fix the one over my shoulder as well. All right, thanks for your patience, if anyone's still watching after all that. But I just wanted to update the thumbnail because we're trying to give you more updates about the Seattle shooting right now. Okay, and then I'll change the picture. And you'll see in a second, it's right there. Okay, now, see if I have anything else. Again, the governor said that the Washington State Patrol SWAT team is on the way to assist at the request of the Seattle Police Department, which is interesting. You would think if like they had everybody in custody, that they wouldn't be bringing in the Washington State Patrol SWAT team at the assistance of the Seattle Police Department. Thank you to Chris F. By the way, Chris F 6446. I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you. Also, Anonymous K4Y2H. Thank you. Steffi 481. Thank you. Who says every once in a while there's a required respite in the war for maintenance and repair to aircraft and other platforms. We aren't done yet. That's what Steffi 481 thinks. Doc Holliday thinks a third guy is out there. My other thought with SWAT is, do they have somebody who, like in some sort of location, like some sort of barricade situation, and they want the SWAT help for that? I can't tell you. I don't know. Shout out to our mods. Ruth is still modding over on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good luck, Duck Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah on Twitch. Big thanks for modding over there. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And Chris, the scanner I checked before, and I really didn't hear much on the scanner. Chris Gukasian. Yeah, I tried listening to the scanner before, and I wasn't really hearing anything relevant. I can check again in a second, but my assumption is that, I mean, you're not going to hear really anything at the scene right now because the shooting was hours ago, but I guess in theory you could hear something else if they find someone, although that might be a tactical channel, as Kay mentioned as well. I will say, if you go and you look, there's some people listening to Seattle. I really don't want to put it on over the broadcast at this point because it ends up interfering. Ooh. I'll keep an eye on it myself. Hold on. I can keep an eye on it here. And let you know if I start seeing anything relevant. Oh, did Katie Wilson say something? Hold on a second. Hold on. One of our viewers said the mayor said something. Wait. EIM mentioned that the mayor said something. Let's see. All right, it's not on her social media, but maybe she released a statement. Two taken into custody. Seattle Times. 2 people have been taken into custody according to the mayor. Okay? The Seattle Times says that the mayor says 2 people have been taken into custody. Not really much more detail than that. So, Seattle Times, Seattle mayor says 2 people taken into custody in connection with shooting incident, according to Seattle Times. Bear with me 1 second here. So, to repeat, the Seattle mayor is saying that 2 people have been taken into custody. That's the Seattle Times got a statement from the mayor. Okay. I don't know who the people are. KUOW, I think, had reported an hour ago that 2 people had been taken into custody. Oh, Tyler Cunningham also said armed state patrol trucks just rolled up with a lot of attention on the backside of the IMAX. So Tyler Cunnington, who is with Como, said a few minutes ago that, hold on a second, that a lot of police attention is focusing on the backside of the IMAX theater. So maybe they think they have a suspect, somebody they're looking for barricaded or something. Where is the IMAX theater? The Pakar IMAX theater. That's right there. See the IMAX theater? It's right next to where the venue is, where they were having the food fest. There is the Pakar IMAX theater. See, it says IMAX right on it. He said the back of the theater, which would be back here. He said the reporter for Como said there's a lot of attention at the back of the IMAX theater. Still no word on who the suspects are and why this happened, by the way. I'll give it a few more minutes. I don't know when I'm going to hear more information on this. So, Kajersti says that's an interesting development. I'm not hearing anything on the Seattle downtown law enforcement feed. They don't seem to be talking about this. I would assume they're on a tactical channel now. By the way, thanks Charles Martinez for the memberships. Please thanks Charles if you got a membership from Charles Martinez. Thanks, Charles. I'm going to give it a few more minutes and see if we hear anything else. Thanks, New Yorker. New Yorker 783, thank you. So yeah, so we updated on the war, we updated on the fires, and we've been talking about this shooting in Seattle, and we know 2 people are in custody, and seems like maybe they're looking for another person at least, but still a big police presence around where the venue is. And we know 2 people were dead and 5 were injured. And it seems like, was it all outside? It seems like, well, I haven't heard that it was inside. Seems like it was at the festival, which was at least a lot of the festival was outside. I don't know. One of our viewers, Michael Avery, said maybe they're escorting the theater crowd out. I wonder if people are in the movie theater seeing a movie. Como, which was live, they just stopped their live feed. Como was live covering this. Now, U.S. Rights and Freedom says they could be gathering evidence over there too. True. But yes, 2 killed, 5 injured. Of the 5 injured, 1 was in minor injuries, 4 went to the hospital with gunshot wounds. 1 of those is in critical condition, and 3 of them are in satisfactory condition. That's what we've heard. And 2 people in custody. Jake Seattle said an officer said that the chief will do a presser in about 15 minutes, but didn't look absolutely sure on the time. They never posted after their initial post, the Seattle police, which their initial post was almost 3 hours ago. Paul says the theater's showing the Odyssey. I don't know. I'd have to check out. IMAX says the Odyssey is playing this week on their website. I don't know if it's showing tonight. There are also tickets on sale. Ghost 2 Too Big to Rig is playing there as well. I mean, obviously, a big thing people want to know is, was this some sort of attack on the festival? Not that it's good if it wasn't, but you know what I'm saying. Puzzling Peggy says tickets were canceled for the later IMAX show. Is that true? That I can't confirm myself. It's called the PAC-R IMAX Theater. Oh, look. Pacific Science Center, 33 minutes ago. The Pacific Science Center will be closed on Monday, July 27th. All shows and general admission for the day are canceled. Guests with tickets for tomorrow will be automatically refunded. No action needed. Thank you for your understanding. Also, as one of our viewers just said, all IMAX and laser shows are canceled for the remainder of tonight. Please steer clear of the campus. As authorities secure the area, we appreciate your patience at this time. Now, King 5 says a suspect was taken into custody. They just said that. Why are they saying one person? They're saying the mayor's office confirmed law enforcement has taken a suspect into custody. I thought the mayor's office said 2 people were taken into custody, I believe. Representative, Washington Congressional Representative Pramila Jayapal. I don't know how to pronounce her name. I'm sorry about that. Let me see if I can find it. Is it Pramila Jayapal? Did I pronounce it right? I very well might not have. I should look. I'm going to show you what she had to say. Pramila Jayapal. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. She says, we are monitoring closely information from the shooting that took place at the Seattle Center this evening. We are in close touch with Seattle Mayor Katie Wilson and Governor Bob Ferguson and coordinating across multiple levels of government to get updates on the situation. We are grateful to law enforcement at SPD and first responders who were at the scene and working hard. Our hearts go out to all those impacted by this senseless violence. We ask that the public please stay away from the Seattle Center, as there is still an active investigation happening at this time. That was 55 minutes ago. We will provide updates as we have initial information. I did want to mention what happened in Berlin. When that was going on yesterday, it wasn't even clear whether that was an attack. So in case you didn't hear, there was a person drove into a pride festival in Berlin yesterday. And the authorities were saying the person last year wanted to join ISIS. Suspect in Berlin pride attack shot dead by police. Hold on, I'll show you a picture of the person. I'll play you a video too. I don't think the video is graphic. Hang on. Here is the suspect. That's the suspect in the van ramming attack at the Pride Parade in Berlin yesterday. And you can see Reuters says, German police said a 21-year-old man with a record of Islamist extremist activity was shot dead today, a day after he allegedly drove a minivan into people near Berlin's Pride celebrations, killing one person. The ramming attack happened in the Tiergarten Park near the Brandenburg Gate at about 10 p.m. on Saturday, not far from one of Europe's biggest annual LGBTQ celebrations. Some 29 people were injured, some by a bladed weapon that the attacker wielded. Berlin police had identified the suspect as Abdul B. 21 and published his picture. The suspect had attracted attention in the past through a high number of criminal offenses, through radicalization, through membership of the Islamist scene, said the Interior Minister. The suspect was a German citizen of Lebanese heritage, born in Germany in 2005. The Tiergarten attack was the latest in a series of vehicle attacks on crowds in Germany in recent years that have intensified debate around security and immigration amid a surge in support for the far right. Security sources told Reuters the suspect had been released from juvenile detention only 2 months ago. Yeah, let me mention more about the ISIS connection with that guy. Hold on. Here, look, this is from AP. Suspect in deadly Berlin Pride attack is killed in a confrontation with police. Suspect convicted of ties to Islamic extremism. Balut, the suspect Balut, where does it say it? Abdul Balut was the suspect. He traveled to Lebanon last year with the goal of going to Syria to join the Islamic State group, Berlin prosecutors said Sunday. In Lebanon, he made contact with several people who were presumed members of the militant group, or at least he believed them to be, prosecutors said. He was arrested in Lebanon last year and sentenced by a military court to 3 months imprisonment for offenses including incitement to religious and sectarian conflict. He returned to Germany after completing a sentence where he was arrested at the Berlin airport. In May, a juvenile court in Berlin convicted Balut of preparing a serious act of violence, endangering the state, as well as publishing Islamic State propaganda on his Instagram account and other charges, prosecutors said. The court handed down a suspended sentence of 1 year and 10 months in youth custody, which Berlin prosecutors had appealed. The court said it took Balut's months of pre-trial detention in Germany and Lebanon into account. It also said it considered that Balut had confessed to the crimes, appeared to distance himself from the militant group, and no actual threat had ever materialized. He was released from detention pending the appeal. Volar Vortex says, geez, so many signs, and he was still given so many chances. I think I have a video about what happened. Here. This is a video from the Reuters article that we were just reading about the Berlin incident, which I want to show you. Reuters editor explains what authorities knew about Abdul B., the suspect in the deadly Berlin Pride attack.
Hundreds of thousands of people were celebrating Berlin's Christopher Street Day when a white van was driven at high.
I hate to say it, but this has music on it. I don't think I can play it with the music on it. Let's see if the music stops. Yeah, I got to be careful with the music. Hold on, I think I have a different video. I don't know why there's music on it. Let's see this here. Let's try this one. All right, same thing. It has music on it. Anyways. I believe that's the van, by the way, on the left. I know it doesn't sound like a lot of music, but I can't use it. Oh, hang on a second here. No, there's no captions on the video. That's the problem. Hang on a moment here. Just give me a second. Now, some viewers are saying that one person is in custody now, when they said 2 before. Jake Seattle says it's going to be 9:45. Oh, thanks, Jake. Jake was following a local reporter who said that there's supposed to be a press conference at 9:45. Thanks, Jake, for letting me know. That would be 9 minutes from now, so I'll wait and see. We'll find something out. I don't know that I'll have video of it, but even if I don't have video, we'll find something out if the press conference happens, so. It's weird, though. I haven't seen any announcement from the police. I have too much open on my desktop. That is the problem. See, now they're saying 1 in custody. Oh. Seattle Times has updated their story and now says the mayor says what in custody? Okay. They said before the mayor said 2 in custody. Okay, so we're waiting to see if there's going to be a press conference soon, and we can get you. I'd like to get you some more information since we've been covering this. Hang on. I appreciate everybody tuning in for the stream today. Sorry we haven't been able to get you more updates on the Seattle story, but I am waiting just like you for more. It's strange how little we've heard about it, though, I think. Darcy Do That says detained and questioning. I don't know if the person's talking to police. It's a good question. Jane Burke says strange. Yeah, we just don't have updates here. It's weird. And nothing more from police. Hang on. Thanks to Aeneas for your support. Thanks, Aeneas. And Pete 1987. Thank you. Jen says, "Has I missed a press? Did I miss a press conference?" No, they haven't had a press conference yet. And again, there's nothing official about it yet. I don't even know that they might have the police come out and talk for 3 minutes or something, you know. Yeah, Mighty Bean. I know that KUOW claimed there were 2 arrests a couple hours ago. The Seattle Times says that the mayor updated her statement, and her statement originally said there were 2 people in custody. Then the mayor updated it to 1 person and didn't offer an explanation of why uh, that number changed. Annie says Seattle Sea Fair is next weekend. It's our huge annual party, Boeing Air Show, the Blue Angels, the hydro races on Lake Washington. The statement from the mayor isn't even on the mayor's. It's not even on the mayor's social media. There's nothing posted on the mayor's social media. I guess it was sent to TV and news outlets. I don't know why it's not posted on the mayor's social media. The Seattle Times says the partial lockdown at the hospital where the patients are has been lifted. Okay, that's interesting. The partial lockdown at the Harborview Medical Center has been lifted. Seattle Times says that officers and vehicles left the hospital. And then what is this? Hold on. Oh, Jeremy Harris said there was going to be a press conference at 9:45, which was 2 minutes ago. Okay, guys? That was supposed to happen. That's according to Jeremy Harris of Como. I don't see any kind of podium anywhere. Give me 1 sec. I have a video, but I don't know if this is going to be where the press conference is, honestly. I think it's going to be here. I honestly don't know. I don't want to bother buying the video if that's not where it's going to be. That doesn't really help things. Nothing to see on it now. I also don't know if they're going to show it on their police channel. Anyway, it's kind of confusing. I don't even know where this press conference is supposed to happen. Oh, you know what? It looks like it's not at that Oh, is it? Maybe it is. Hold on. I'm going to get the video for you, I think. Guys, I'm going to do it for you. How should I do this? Which one should I use? I think I'll do that one. One of them's not working very well. There's 2 cameras, but both of them seem to be having issues. I'm going to try to get you video of the press conference. All right, hang on, guys. We're gonna show some video. I got some live video here. For those of you still around, if I can pull it up here, give me a moment. I'm going to get it on the screen for you. In a second. Hopefully. Okay, here we go. I hope this works. I can see the video right now. I can see it right now. Hold on. There it is. That's live in Seattle. Via AP by Como. Oopsie. Look, we have video. We should have video. Is there sound on it? I think they might have the mic off. Oh, hold on. That's live. I think that's where the press conference is supposed to be. We got the AP video, the Como via AP. So we're staying on to get you update from Seattle about this shooting at the food festival, Bite of Seattle Food Festival. I see some people back there. Could those be the people giving the press conference? I believe this is where the press conference is supposed to be. Because there's a lot of press there.
Were you hungry? My boyfriend brought dicks.
Oh, nice. Oh, you know.
Do you want a burger?
No, I'm okay. I can't eat red meat, but
They're talking
I would
about the
love
food.
that. I have
I just know
gout and
you
I cannot
also-
eat a hamburger.
Sorry.
But
I
thank
just heard
you.
say you jetted, so.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I'm hearing we are delayed because there is internal conflict over the mayor's statement that was wrong.
I think that I will drop him.
Hear that? Someone said we're being delayed because there was internal conflict over the mayor's statement, which was wrong. Now everybody's looking at that guy.
It looks like they changed. You saw they changed.
Yeah, they changed it from 2 to 1.
No, they changed it. They let.
Did they now take it out?
Yeah.
Wait, now what's happening?
Oh, okay.
They changed the order, I think, of a paragraph or something, so I lost it.
All right.
My boyfriend brought me a dick. Do you want a burger? He brought extra burgers in case.
Maybe. What kind of burger?
It's a cheeseburger.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you. That's so sweet. Oh, are you the boyfriend? Hi. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you.
No.
Appreciate that.
My understanding is any city-owned TV cameras are plugged into RTC, but I don't know if Seattle Center is owned by them.
Give me 1 second here.
Yep, I hear you loud and clear.
I am just updating here the thumbnail and the description.
I don't get out into the wild.
I don't see the sentence about the arrest.
Here, I tweeted the original one so we can compare it.
Yeah, let's compare that.
Yeah, but we're wondering if there's now down to...
Yeah, it doesn't say suspects in custody anymore.
Ooh, it doesn't say suspects.
Took a suspect?
A
Yeah.
suspect.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, it says one
Yep,
suspect.
no, this said 2 before, but now it's down to A.
Oh my God, Mark, I can't.
Okay, thank you.
I met you like during the WTO events.
Really?
Yeah, I remember you back then. I wasn't here for the original WTO, but I came in 2000. And I was like, there was like 130 people rounded up at Fort Belltown. And, you know, got to spend the night in jail. I was covering it. But you need this morning? It was, yeah, near the lake. Yeah, it was like right in front of the sit and spin. Yeah. Remember where the sit and spin was? Yes. Yeah, we got a big. We got a track. Yeah. Got a whole night of overtime for sitting in jail.
Hang on, guys. I am just updating something here.
Oh, shit.
Hey, thanks to Pete 1987 for being a member. Thanks, and thanks everybody for tuning in. So we're still here covering the Seattle shooting.
I'm doing everything on one thread.
We have a live shot for you, waiting for a press conference. No idea what the motivation of this shooting was. Waiting to hear something more. 2 dead, 5 injured. 1 injured reportedly in critical condition, 3 others with gunshot wounds in satisfactory condition, and 1 with minor injuries. Jeremy Harris from Como says the press conference is delayed. But maybe it's going to happen now. Is it going to happen now, maybe?
Yeah, big tall guy.
This vlog does. I don't keep getting stuck on this, but like you can't delete a tweet if you're a public official. Can they just go and modify a vlog post like that and not without a notification or correction?
They can do whatever they want. I mean, as far as like if it's their blog, yes.
Okay, so it's gonna be all right. It's not like that's what my thought was. It's like you've altered the public record at that point.
Nothing. We're still waiting. We're just chatting.
Unless they preserve the copyright.
AC Davis is a very, very tall man, so he will not be hard. He will be hard to miss.
Oh, there's police coming over, but I guess that's not who they're waiting for.
I've got my microphone trapped.
Maybe now?
Okay, there we go. We're good. No, you're good. It was actually just overneath. I'm just gonna.
I see some police.
There we go. You're good. You're good. Thank you.
No, thank you. Place to be on a Sunday night.
But maybe they're just
No, I don't,
watching
I don't
over
think
the.
so.
Neither of those people are tall.
No.
They're saying they don't think this is the police for the giving the press conference.
They're heavily armed.
Yeah, guys, I bought the stream from AP. This is a purchased live feed. It's from Como, and then I got it from AP.
Could you try again?
Oh. What I have to do is do this.
No, I have gout. It's red meat.
So what they were talking about is how the mayor put out a statement which originally said 2 people were in custody. Then it got changed to 1 person in custody. And I guess possibly that has delayed the press conference. I'm not sure. Hey, thanks so much to Steve Otten for the membership. Steve Otten gave 5 people memberships. Please thank Steve if you got a membership from Steve. That's really nice of you, Steve. Thank you. Yeah, we've covered a bunch of things on this stream, but at this point we're just awaiting the update from Seattle. We covered the Iran war earlier. We covered the fires in Spain and France earlier.
No. My guess is they're going to come down like 16. Oh yeah, they were
So, how many more hits can you do where you tap dance around? We are still waiting, 4 hours in. I don't have any more information for you than I had last time. But I'll say it in a different way, and maybe that'll work.
Hey, thanks to Seize the Days for being a member. Thanks also to Kindra Fox and New Yorker 783 on Twitch. Shout out to our mods on Twitch, DeBears, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Thanks to Ruth, who's modding on YouTube over there. Thank you, Ruth. Linda Belk, Misha Larry on X, on Facebook, Darren Charlo, Paul Anderson, K. Larry Body, big thanks. Of course, one thing people really want to know is, why did this happen? Was this some sort of attack on the festival? Was it a dispute between people? I have no idea.
You know, it's not like, unless they put out stuff that this is not him. No.
Thanks, Thomas P0419 for the memberships. Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate that. Thomas P0419.
That's what I'm thinking. I think they're going to be 6 or 7 deep.
Maybe the mayor will be at the press conference. We have heard nothing so far. Thanks, Crypto King, for your support. We are awaiting the press conference. Oh, I think what I need to do is... do is... see? Try this again.
Nope, American musician. Nope, not him.
When we go Fender release the Telecaster, so that executive gives
I think that'll be a little better there. Hold on. Hang on.
Oh.
That's
Okay.
him.
Oh, yeah.
He's very tall, man.
They say the guy they're waiting for is coming out now. I think the deputy chief or something.
I cannot tell from here. My eyesight is not that good.
We might be about to start here.
I'm thinking yes. I see stuff shining on the
Okay, guys.
My guess is that's them.
I think we're about to start here. Could be press con. I hope this all works. This could be
this
press
seems
conference
on,
time.
This seems on the mark here.
Thank you again, Crypto King.
Take your time. Not like we have to
Hey, Doug, what can you see down there?
prosecutor's office says we'll
Yeah. City. Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they're back. Reanimated. I just went in there and bought some speaker cables the other day.
They said they thought that the guy was coming they were waiting for.
Sorry.
I don't mean to keep.
No. You're good. You're good.
Yeah. Yep, that's it. I think.
You think what? You think that's him?
Call person.
All right, here comes Brian. That means, all right, here we go.
Here we go, they said. They said,
Okay,
here we go.
PIO approaching, and he's
Here we
not
go.
going to be the one doing the presser, but...
A lot of drama here. Hectate says, let's go.
Just be a few more minutes. The mayor's going to come down as well to speak today, so bear with me. It'll be probably another 5 minutes or so, 5 to 6 minutes, okay?
Copy that. 5 to 6 minutes. Did you guys hear that?
5 minutes. Hold on. 5 minutes. Hey guys, I'm going to disappear for 1 minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute, okay? So hang tight for... I'm disappearing, but I'm coming back in 1 minute.
Did he say the mayor was going to speak? Or just that she was coming?
She's here, she's speaking.
Okay, yeah. That'd be crazy to show up and not.
How long did they say?
5.
5.
But that probably means 20.
It's been too long out here. I was like, I'll never sit on Seattle sidewalk.
Yeah, I
Here
don't
we
think
are.
I've sat in hours.
I'm back now. We're waiting for the press conference. The mayor's going to be there. What are they going to say about the Seattle shooting? Hang on a second here.
Like an actual rabbit? Or? Oh my god, he's going
A remote control rabbit. Hook a camera onto it, send it in. They'd never know. But they'd have no idea. They'd be like, oh, look at that rabbit. It's like that. Yeah.
Are they, again, we have no word on what caused the shooting.
Well, at least we get plenty of warning.
New to this says will be interesting. Rochelle Brown saw a rat.
Thank you.
This food festival is very popular. It takes place over 3 days, and about 300,000 people usually show up. I hope we can hear them. There's no microphones there. You know? There's no podium set up. So
Casey, did you see other Casey's?
hopefully they're I mean, hopefully they'll be able to get some decent sound, but you know, it's like there's no microphone. But the camera's right there. So I'll try to turn it up as much as I can. It's kind of a tough place to have a press conference. I mean, it sounds like there's a little noise in the background, too. Well, you can hear the reporter, but the reporter might be standing right in front of the microphone of the camera. Whereas I don't know if somebody's talking about 5 feet away, you'll hear it as well.
Going well. Been a good summer. Jimothy. I was thinking we have Jimothy. We have the World Cup. We have the Mariners fish float from the Washington State Ferries fish tray. That was exciting highlight.
Is exciting. Makes a good plant pot, so I hear.
Yeah. We put our protein bars in it in the pantry.
Mm-hmm. But you still like it here?
I love it here.
Yeah.
I'm staying put.
I miss my friends in Salt Lake, but I like it.
Have you been back lately?
Yeah, I was back last weekend for the Hillary Duff concert.
Oh, the Hillary.
I know.
That's a lot.
Well, my friends bought a ticket and they were like, "You're coming," and I was like,
"Oh
okay,
my gosh."
So,
okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know there were still Hillary Duff concerts.
Oh yeah, she's back.
She's back.
She's got a whole new album about how she hates her family now.
Oh. Because you were at Fox, right?
I was at Fox, then Cairo 7, then Cairo Radio, and now I'm here.
Because did you work with Jordan? English Jordan?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I trained him.
You did?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, because he posted a thing the other day, and he was like, "Oh, good to be with all my coworkers."
That's the mayor's people. That's who was just up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I taught him
That's the
everything
mayor
he knows.
right there.
I just saw him, actually.
Yeah. The mayor is here.
Yeah, he was like, "Good to see all my old coworkers."
Yeah, that was.
Oh, were you in that?
I was, yeah.
And I was I didn't recognize. I just saw it and I thought, I bet not one of those people still works there.
Nope, not a one.
So then, did you work with Kelton?
Yep. Yeah, that was me in that right there.
I missed you.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I would go ahead and go on the air now. Well, I mean, I think we're probably fine. Just have Michelle tap dance. If there's a 2-minute lag to get on, I would just go for it. And if you need me to talk, I can, but off camera. 15 seconds. Okay, then I would hold because they're walking away from us.
Yeah.
They're walking away now. Now they're walking away. Oh, no. Oh, sorry.
Do you guys have any music up somewhere that you check out? We do. We have
Thank you, Keisha Fowler, for watching. Our longtime viewer, Keisha, and sometimes moderator.
Yeah, no sign of movement coming towards us.
We are waiting for the press conference. I am waiting just like you. We have gotten very little from police about this shooting so far.
Okay, I will start screaming when I see him coming. They lowered the spacing in the flag to half staff.
Go up there and do it yourself.
You know, thanks to Misfit Studio, who mentioned Misfit Studio mentioned that Iran state media says that Iran state media is reporting that six ships tried to sneak across the Strait of Hormuz, and that there was an incident with one of them, and the rest of them went back to the Persian Gulf. Now, I can't confirm that, but it's an interesting report. That was in Mer News. Although when I went to IRNA, I didn't see it.
Does anybody have a loudspeaker? Let's go.
But Mer News reported it. Give me a second here.
Oh, that's mean.
Let's move. I didn't think it 2-3 hours ago. I'm only thinking it now.
She can't. Just like I can't.
It would be a big deal if Mer News is state media, Iran state media. Again, I can't confirm that report, but we can talk about it after the press conference.
We're working on it. No change here. They said 5 minutes. I would probably guess we're still nowhere near starting.
They say like, okay, put on these headphones. Wait, don't sit too. Wait, get closer to the. Wait, move. Wait over here. Do this. Wait, we got to do that again. I lose the spontaneity, and I'm like, okay, so what I'm thinking is just starting to record more at home where I feel comfortable and I can just be relaxed. There's not a producer reading.
Yeah. There are so many tools that you can get a professional sounding.
Hang on a moment here.
The music industry is so weird now. There's like, I think we're at a point now where there's so many people who are very successful, none of us have ever heard of them.
All right, we have movement.
We have movement. We have movement.
And we're facing some light coming in. I think this is them. Yeah.
He thinks this is them.
Yes.
He thinks this is them.
Maybe not.
But maybe not.
No, not them. Not them. False
no,
alarm.
it's
false
not.
alarm.
False alarm.
These are the feds. They are not going to talk to us.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this posted.
False alarm.
Trying to get this posted about the Strait of Hormuz. Iran State TV says, some Iranian state media is reporting this story. They claim hours ago, 6 ships were trying to basically cross the Strait of Hormuz without coordinating with Iran. One of them had an accident, and the others were returned to the Persian Gulf under the decisive management of Iran. So I don't know if anything really happened, but it would be a big deal if Iran attacked a ship, but we don't know that they did. Hey, by the way, 8-6 just gave 50 memberships. 8-6 GOP Forever just gave 50 memberships to people in the chat. Wow, that's super nice of you, 8-6. That's very generous of you. Big thanks to, make sure you thank 8-6 if you got a membership from 8-6. Very kind of you. Still Rock in the 80s thinks until UK MTO reports something, Iran is just baiting. Yeah, maybe nothing happened. I don't know. But thank you again, 8-6. That's very nice of you, 8-6. I really appreciate your generous support of the channel. Uh-oh, what's happening? What's happening now? Camera's moving. The camera's moving. What's happening now? Uh-oh.
You're good.
Camera is moving. Oh, because the car came through? Is that what happened? Sorry, I was looking at the Iran post as well.
No, I know. I'm not.
I know. I'm just like.
Go ahead.
Camera's back. The camera is back. Sorry for the delay. Thanks for staying with the channel. Thanks for staying with the broadcast. Sorry for the... I mean, I can't control when it's going to happen, but the shooting happened at about 6 local time. It is currently 10:30 local time. There's been very little said about this shooting by the officials. Supposedly the mayor is going to be there. It's weird. So you would think if it was just like, well, there was a fight and some people got in a fight and they shot at each other, that there wouldn't be such a delay. But maybe that's what they'll say. I don't know. I'm wondering if there's something else to it.
Because if we don't know what the person of interest looks like, how does the bus driver?
Also, could there be somebody they're still looking for?
I mean, when it happens.
Why did everybody say that Mayor Wilson's office said 2 suspects?
Because they did. That's in the statement. Their original statement said 2 suspects in custody. Then they updated it.
Did you have the originals?
Yes, I've tweeted it. It's on my Twitter feed, and it says right there, plain as day, 2 in custody. And then the mayor's office says to me in a statement, "Oops. Okay, this could be them.
This could be them.
This you got to be kidding me."
Thanks, Neko Jita. Oh, another car is leaving. Another car is leaving. The press has to move again. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Neko Jita, for subscribing. Neko Jita 1169. Oh, the press is a little not
And of
so
course,
happy.
now they're walking down after this. So
Another vehicle is leaving. Make way for the police.
I don't know. We see people walking down. They're moving cop cars out of here.
There will be more vehicles. Wild idea.
Well,
There
they
will-
told us to stage here, and they told us it would be an hour ago.
Spicy. It's getting spicy.
Before the 5 minutes that he said, like 20 minutes ago.
Ooh.
Yeah. Not on you, by the way. Not on you in any way. We totally get it.
Eh.
Okay. PIO is now coming back.
Okay. PIO is coming back. Now what? Is he going to say more of a delay? One of the viewers thinks it'll be at 11. Will they wait for the 11 p.m. news?
Brian, what's the deal, man?
So, buddy, we got other dignitaries that want to be here.
Well, we have the public that wants an answer about what's
Woo!
going on. And I mean, that is not on you. But to tell the public that we are waiting for dignitaries to give us an answer is absolutely outrageous. The information and the stakeholders are right there. And we are right here, and there are a lot of people who want answers.
And you are correct with that.
So the dignitaries, excuse me, they can come talk to us after.
The thing that I want to do is I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak here. And there are dignitaries that want to give information as well. So that's the reason why I want to have everybody speak. That's why I want to have.
Yeah.
So
we are almost 5 hours into this. And I'm not mad at you. I am mad at the dignitaries that are holding up a press conference for the public to get information about a mass shooting outside of the Space Needle. It is outrageous that we are being told to wait for dignitaries.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go back here and we'll get everybody down here. We'll get somebody to talk to you guys. I mean, I do understand, like I said, I do understand you guys have been out for a while. I've been out here for a long time too.
Oh, I know.
And we want to get the information to everybody. So okay. All right.
Do we have a timeline on when these supposed dignitaries are supposed to be here?
Let's just, if what I'll do is let's just get who's here. Let's get them down here to speak
That's
to you guys.
yeah. They're talking our language.
And then what we'll do is, as those dignitaries come, then we'll have them come down here and speak to you guys. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Who are these so-called dignitaries?
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Brian.
Oh.
We're holding for dignitaries.
Oh, man. Wow.
An elected official wants to make sure that they are on camera when we talk about this mass shooting.
Show, you're saying. Is that what the direct quote he said?
Direct quote. He said, we're holding for dignitaries.
Wow. 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 Things got a little spicy there. Things got a little spicy there. That was something. By the way, huge thanks to Louis R. Our viewer, Louis R., while we're waiting for the press conference, Louis R. gave 50 people memberships. Thank you. Louis R. gave 50 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Incredible. Please thank Louis R. if you got a membership from Louis R. That's really kind of you, Louis. Thank you so much. Also, Seize the Days. Thanks, Seize the Days. And Anonymous, K4Y2H. Thank you, Anonymous. It's very nice of you.
Yeah.
You know what? It's possible that kind of stuff happens all the time, you know? Maybe that's stuff that just happens all the time and you don't see it as that much unless you're around, but I don't know that that's that rare, but that was quite something. Thank you again, Louis R., for all your support for the channel. I really appreciate it. Louis R., thank you.
Unless it was the family of somebody who was shot or something.
Not even then.
I mean, there has been very little directly released to the public about this shooting, like in the most central area of right next to the Space Needle. But who knows? And I know the press has been just kind of standing in that alleyway. Thanks, Seize the Day. I appreciate it very much. Seize the Day from Canada. Yes, apparently the mayor's office originally issued a statement that said 2 were in custody, and then it got changed to 1 in custody, from what we have been hearing. Yeah, I was wondering if the governor might be coming or something, but I don't know.
Yes.
What even is a dignity? Like,
well, that's
in
my
this
question.
Who qualifies as a governor's circle? What do you have to do? He doesn't usually come to this stuff, but I wonder if he's trying to.
Because I know he posted a statement on X about it, but yeah, I don't know.
I think she's just feeling nervous to come up to a few.
Last we heard.
Again, I am wondering if a reason we haven't heard anything so far, like very little, is that there's some sort of complicating factor to the incident, and it's not just like people who got in a fight or something. But at the same time, who knows? There could be all sort of behind the scenes stuff that cause a delay. Hey, Crypto King, thanks for all your support, Crypto King. So nice of you. Thanks for shouting out the mods as well, Crypto King.
There's a post up on Reddit saying that one of the people who died was a gang member and it was a gang shooting.
That's my guess.
The journalist there, one of the journalists just said,
I mean, okay. So you still want it like an 11:30?
one of the journalists said, I saw a post on Reddit which claimed that it was a gang shooting and a gang member, I think, was victim, which could have been true. I don't know. I have no idea. But it wasn't, I mean, she said she had seen it on Reddit. I don't know who the person who posted it on Reddit was and whether they had good information.
I'm going to say, which one of you was the dignitary who said don't do the rest of this? And if it's Bob Ferguson, it's going to strike.
If it's Bob Ferguson, he never does it.
My suspicion is not. I think the mayor. No, I don't think it is, because I think all of them are within striking distance.
The mayor's staff person was hanging out here for hours. Yeah.
I think the mayor's
They're trying to figure out who they're waiting for. They mentioned the governor. So I will say, one of the viewers mentioned that, one of the viewers in the chat mentioned that the governor is in Olympia, which I believe is the case. Olympia is about a 60-mile, about an hour or so drive to Seattle. I don't know if the governor's going to be there. The state capital is Olympia. An hour without traffic. Well, there shouldn't be much traffic right now, right?
I don't know who's live streaming. I don't know nothing about
confirm nor deny that.
Yeah, they could take a helicopter too. I don't know if he'd do that though. Google Maps says about an hour drive time. I have no idea. Puzzling thinks the governor would take a helicopter. I don't know if the governor is coming. They mentioned his name a couple of minutes ago. I think they were trying to figure out who they're waiting for. Thank you, Anonymous K4Y2H.
Movement.
They're hearing movement. They're hearing movement. One of our viewers, New King God, says it can be 15 to 30 minutes when you're in Seattle to get to where you need to go. It's a fair point.
Still nothing, no.
Nope, still nothing.
No. Did they just say hi, I'm Bob?
Yep.
No. Hmm?
Do you think Wilson called him in because she didn't want to deal with it?
It sounds like they're talking about the governor being there. Because the governor is Bob Ferguson.
Ferguson might. Yeah. What? Oh. Ferguson might be here.
They think the governor is going to be there. And that might be the delay. Just so you know.
Why didn't you like it? Why didn't you like it?
I don't know. I think he thinks I'm something different because I do a lot of first responder type stuff and trying to show this. I think he's solace in me, which I don't. I just think it's a okay. And then during the floods, I got to go on a press conference just because I never let that guy in there again. I didn't even question him.
We are still waiting for the press conference about the shooting at the Seattle Bite of Seattle Food Festival at the Seattle Center near the Space Needle today. 2 dead, 5 injured. Reportedly, one of the injured had minor injuries. 4 with gunshot wounds taken to the hospital. 1 of those in critical condition. 3 of those in satisfactory condition.
You guys are gonna miss your 11. Sorry, I don't mean to be dead.
I get paid by the hour.
Me too.
Neither, I believe the mayor and the governor's terms both end in 2029. Somebody was asking if it's an election year for them, I believe, but it doesn't appear that it's election year for either of them. Hey, thanks to Seize the Day. Yes. Yes, Seize the Day. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, baby.
15 minutes short of 5 hours.
I see some people walking Are the people walking who we're waiting for?
His disdain for the press is noted. If it is him.
There's people walking. I don't know that that's who we're waiting. Nope, doesn't look like it. I don't know. I see people walking. There's a lot of people back there.
Jeremy.
All right, looks like we have movement. Can't tell if it's them.
Possible. It's possibly them. It's possibly some people. Guys, possibly some people.
I can't tell if this is us or not. My suspicion is no.
Uh-oh. The suspicion is no. Oh, no.
Oh, you see Ferguson through the camera?
Oh. I can't see.
Okay, confirmed governor's here.
Governor is here. Okay, there you go. Governor is here.
Yeah.
We're about to start. The mayor and the governor.
Okay,
there we go.
Now this looks like it's it.
All right, I hope the audio is okay. I hope the audio is okay on the camera. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Let's see what happens.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Can we lower this for the press conference, please? Is that okay?
Here we go.
Yeah.
It's really going to happen now. The governor and the mayor. There's the light. I can see them.
Yeah, come closer.
A little closer, please. We've got this police line. We cannot cross.
Oh, they have mics.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we've been working to make sure that we can provide accurate information. I'm sorry that we're having to gather here tonight under these tragic circumstances. What happened here today at the Seattle Center was an unbelievable tragedy and a horrific act of violence. My heart right now is with the victims and their families and with everyone in our community who is reeling from what happened here today. We have far too much gun violence in this city and in this country, and we're coming off of a week in Seattle where we've had 3 major incidents of gun violence in just a few days. We have a lot of work to do as a city and as a country to make this better.
I get your passion, Mayor, but we need to know what happened tonight, please.
Yes. So our focus right now is with this investigation, with learning what happened so that we can provide accurate information to the public, with supporting the victims. I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Tyrone Davis to tell you what we know.
So this afternoon, we had officers working our Bite of Seattle event. At 6:01 p.m., gunshots were heard. We had officers in the area, in the immediate area when these gunshots went off. Officers responded and addressed one of the shooters. That person gave up and was taken into custody. There was another person that we believe that was also involved that fled the scene, and officers began an active search for that person. We discovered as we got to the scene that there were a total of 7 victims that suffered gunshot wounds at the scene. Officers immediately began to perform CPR and first aid on several victims. We had a total of 4 victims that were transported by the Seattle Fire Department to Harborview Medical Center. We had another two more victims that remained on the scene and were unfortunately unable to survive their injuries. So that's a total of 7 victims. We had another victim that later showed up at the University of Washington Medical Center with also a gunshot wound. One of the victims at Harborview Medical Center did not survive their injuries, so now we have a total of 3 fatalities out of those 7 victims. This is a tragedy. I'm really sorry that this happened. The Bite of Seattle is a very positive event. We haven't had any issue in recent years. And, thankfully we had officers on the scene that were brave, went to those shots, and prevented more victims from being injured. This is going to be an ongoing investigation. We're going to be out here for several hours trying to figure out exactly what happened tonight. Right now we believe that we have no outstanding threat to the community. We do have one suspect that is being interviewed. We've recovered 2 guns. It's one thing to note, one of the 4 victims that was taken to the hospital was a toddler. Again, this is a terrible, terrible event. All 4 victims that are been hospitalized are in stable condition. And again, we're going to be out here for several hours trying to figure out what happened tonight. We have a number of agencies that are here to support us with our criminal investigation, and it's ongoing. We're not going to have a lot of information to share at this time, but we will have more information for everyone in the coming hours.
So you only have 1 shooter in custody?
We have 1 shooter in custody at this time.
Anyone else outstanding?
We believe there is 1 outstanding. That is part of our investigation. We are still trying to gather more information.
So this was a shootout?
Description.
I do not have a suspect description for you at this time.
So this was a shootout in Bite of Seattle?
There were 2 people who we believe were shooting at each other.
You don't have suspect description, but do you know who you're looking for?
We are still working on that, and we'll have more information for you.
Are there surveillance cameras in the area, and are any of those city-operated surveillance cameras?
There were no surveillance cameras in the immediate area where the shooting occurred.
Any idea on a motive?
Not at this time.
How old's your suspect in custody right now?
I'm not able to disclose that at a time. They're a young person.
Do you believe that the shooters were shooting at each other and those who were hit were innocent bystanders?
We believe that there were 2 people shooting at each other.
Is there a weapon recovered?
We have recovered 2 weapons so far.
Were the people hit innocent bystanders?
We don't know their involvement at this time. Obviously, we had a toddler that was shot, so I don't believe they were involved with the actual incident or involved with the violence that was led up to it.
Is the toddler alive?
Shooters knew each other?
All victims are in stable condition.
Do you believe the 2 shooters knew each other before, or?
We're working to determine that.
What were the weapons that were recovered?
I don't have that information for you at this time.
Was the gang unit called out?
So we have several detectives here on scene. We have our homicide unit, our gun violence reduction unit, our CSI unit is also here at the scene, as well as some local partners from King County, Washington State Patrol, and the FBI. So yeah, we have a lot of people helping us with this investigation.
Did you say you're also interviewing a suspect?
I'm sorry.
Did you say 1 person is in custody, but you're also interviewing a suspect?
We are interviewing 1 person at this time that we believe is a suspect in this incident.
Is that person detained?
Yeah, we have them in custody at this time.
So who is the person that's outstanding then?
We are working to determine that.
So is that a 3rd person?
No. There's 1 other person that we're looking at so far. There may be more. We're still trying to figure this out. We have a limited amount of witnesses, so one of the things that really could help us out is if people would call our violent hotline, which is 206-233-5000. So if you can call our hotline, again, that's 206-233-5000. We know that there were people out there when this incident occurred that saw what happened and know that some of the people that might be involved and can share information.
So are there cameras here at Seattle Center that can be turned on?
There are no cameras that I'm aware of that are posted where this shooting occurred.
There was talk about activity in the Pacific Science Center. Was there activity inside the theater?
We did have some areas or some different grounds where we conducted some searches for possible suspects. We've cleared that. Again, we don't believe that there were any potential suspects or threats in the immediate area.
So people that we spoke to said it's wall to wall with people shoulder to shoulder. How can there be no witnesses if it was just packed full of people?
We have witnesses. There are witnesses. They're not coming forward. We need people to be brave, to reach out to us. You can do so anonymously. We know that we have people who probably have evidence or have information that they can share with us. So please, come forward. You can call our hotline. It's 206-233-5000. We need information. We need help to solve this crime.
When is the park going to be open again?
We are going to be working with the center ground staff to kind of figure that out. There's a lot of, as you can imagine, there were a lot of vendors here. So this is going to be, we have to clear the scene, make everything safe, and collect all evidence. And then we'll be working together with the center ground staff and the vendors to clear the park and open it up. So,
Mayor, after this tragedy, would you consider adding cameras to Seattle Center and maybe other parts of the city near Seattle Center?
My understanding is that there are cameras in Seattle Center, and we're working to see if any relevant footage is on those cameras.
Mayor, just walk through the city's response to this. I imagine there's going to be a lot of support for these victims, and just walk us through what's next from the city's perspective.
Absolutely, right. Our focus right now is on supporting the victims as SPD and partners continue this investigation. And we've had a great response from SPD and from fire, all our first responders, medics, and folks at Harborview. We'll be working through our Human Services Department to figure out what support we can provide to the victims and their family. And as we learn more about the nature of the violence, there may be other things the city can do to support as well.
Where exactly did the shooting take place?
Press releases.
Sorry?
What happened with the change in press releases? Like there was the original press release that one or two people were in custody, and then that changed.
Yeah, in any situation like this, there's information flying around, and so we had an initial report that 2 suspects might have been taken into custody, and that ended up being untrue.
Do you know around how many shots were fired?
I don't have that information at this time.
Where exactly on the premises did the shooting take place?
So the shooting occurred right outside of the armory. So just right outside the armory is where the shooting occurred. And again, we had officers there at the scene ready to address that incident when it occurred.
And any motive whatsoever?
Not at this time. That'll be a part of our investigation.
What side of the armory? What part of the armory?
So I guess, I don't know if directionals work for you, but it would be on the northwest corner of the armory.
Mayor, where is Chief Sean Barnes, and does he actually have a residence here in Seattle?
Yeah, I believe he does. He's out of town right now. He'll be back in the morning. So I'm serving as acting chief in his absence, but he'll be here in the morning.
Any changes to consider for future events at the Seattle Center?
Say that again?
Any changes to consider for future public events such as this one?
Whenever we have a large incident like this, and it's a serious tragedy, we always try to figure out how we can do things better. There will be, after action, we will work together with our city partners and all the stakeholders involved, because when we have the Bite of Seattle next year, we want it to be a safe event. So we will work together to try to figure out how we can make a safe event occur next year.
So I know there was a question about vendors. It's a little bit of oddball one, but families have been asking me how they can get their things. People left car seats, laptops, it was dropped and ran. How's that going to be coordinated?
Yeah, we're working on that plan right now. So we're working again with the center ground staff to figure out how we can return the park back to its pure form once we have collected all evidence, completed our investigation here at the scene, and move on.
Or is there a number they can call to check in?
Check with our media team, and I'll also work with the center ground staff to see if their public affairs folks can get a contact information to you.
How about the monorail? When is the monorail going to reopen?
Say that?
How long did it take for officers to get on here?
They were right there. They heard the shots and confronted the suspect that they saw actually shooting, and stopped that shooting from continuing.
Did any officers fire weapons?
No officers fired weapons.
Sorry, do you know for a fact that both of the two suspects shot? Did they both fire their weapons?
Right now we only know about one officer observing one officer. We only know right now about one suspect firing shots that the officers actually observed shooting. So that's what we can share at this time. Again, as we find out more and learn more, we'll share that information with you.
But the outstanding suspect had a firearm?
I don't have that information at this time.
What kind of guns were recovered?
We also know 2 weapons were recovered, but we don't know whether they came from the
I'm not able to disclose that at this time.
And I'm sorry, we've heard a lot of witnesses talking about rapid fire shooting. Is there any word on whether there were clock switches involved or any automatic weapons?
I won't comment about that at this time.
Any indication if this could be gang related?
That'll be a part of our investigation, so we don't have that information at this time.
Governor, after this public safety tragedy, what is your office doing to add more police officers to cities like Seattle and Washington State?
Yeah, well, a couple of things. Number one, I just want to express my deep appreciation for the first responders who, as you heard, were literally on the scene and stepped in to help address the situation, and to also secure the entire Seattle Center, which I know took some time, so we deeply appreciate all of their work. Number two, before I answer your question, of course, I want to say look, Bite of Seattle is about as iconic an event as we have in the city of Seattle. It's where a community comes together and enjoys our city and being together. And any shooting like this is senseless. I think it's magnified for an event like this. And so all of us, our hearts go out to everybody who's impacted by this. I can't imagine being the parent of a 2-year-old toddler, for example, who's injured in a shooting like this. But for everybody who's impacted, our hearts go out to them. Number two, to your question specifically, yes, I mean, as you know, in legislation, my first year as governor, we put into our budget a $100 million grant program for local jurisdictions to get more law enforcement officers, which is something I support as part of my campaign for governor. That legislation got through, and now those dollars are starting to flow to local jurisdictions. So I support that effort. We'll continue to support that effort. I think that was the reason. This is the type of thing we rely on our first responders at a time like this to keep our community safe, and that's why I support them.
Have you spoken to all the victims' families?
We have officers on the scene. We obviously get contact from potential family members of victims, so they may have information for us, so we will try to work with them. We have a number of support services on scene, including chaplain services that are here to support both the officers who obviously went through the stressful and traumatic situation, and as well as those families, witnesses, and people that are affected by what happened today.
Your thoughts about those officers, man? They ran right into this.
I mean, this heroic work gets done daily in the city. Unfortunately, it takes a horrible, tragic situation like that for you to hear about all the hard work that our officers do. Yeah, please, when you see them, thank them for their service, recognize their work. There was some heroic work done today. I'm sure there were some lives that were saved because of it, but it's nothing that we're going to celebrate right now. This is a tragedy. This is something that we want to prevent. We always want to get it right. We always want to keep somebody safe. And so when our lives are lost, it's a tough time for our city. So I appreciate the officers. I appreciate their efforts. This could have been worse, but yeah, it's still a tragedy that unfortunately happened today. My hearts go out to all of those that are affected by this, including the family and the people that lost their lives today.
Congresswoman Jayapal, has the Trump administration been briefed on what's happening here at the federal level?
I know that the FBI has been in touch, obviously, and we are coordinating across all different levels of government. We're going to continue to work with the mayor, with the governor, to make sure we get whatever federal resources we need here on the ground. And let me also just add my thanks to Seattle police officers, as well as fire department professionals, as well as those at Harborview, the frontline medical professionals that are treating the victims tonight and dealing with the pain of the families that are suffering through this. We will continue to closely coordinate across all of our offices to make sure that the city gets what it needs so that we can figure out exactly what happened here, get the resources we need, get the support we need to the families and to the community. I know I've heard from a number of constituents who are here at Bite of Seattle, and I know it was traumatic for everyone who was here, and it's such an incredible festival. I know it means a lot to our community, and so I'm sorry, our prayers, our hearts are with all those who were affected by tonight, and just know that all of us are working very hard to make sure we get to the bottom of this.
With the family at large, is there a danger to the general public?
No, not at this time. We believe there's no danger to the general public related to this incident.
But you are just looking for a second person.
Sorry?
Were you attending the Bite, ma'am?
No, I was not at the Bite, no.
Were you in the area?
No, I was in West Seattle, but immediately was in touch with the mayor and with the governor as soon as we heard what happened. Yeah.
Roughly where are you looking for the second person?
Where are we looking for?
The second person.
Well, we're looking in the immediate area. So we got witness accounts that there might have been some possible suspects in the area. And so that's where we directed our search right after the incident occurred.
Officers combing the Seattle Center area. Is this area secure?
It is secure. We believe it's secure if you mean it's secure in the sense that there's any outstanding suspects. We don't believe there's any on the grounds.
Did you say something about the age of the suspect that you...
I did not.
Can you share anything about the
I
age?
would say that
underage?
they're a young person, and that's what I'm comfortable saying at this point.
Age of the deceased? Age of the deceased?
We'll not be able to share that at this time.
When will you share information about the deceased?
We should have information coming out in the coming hours. We'll have our blotter. We'll put some information out there with some more details. And of course, you can always contact Seattle Police Department Public Affairs and get more information from our team there.
Is the suspect in custody also described as a young person?
Yes.
But an adult though, right?
I'm not going to say whether they're adult or a juvenile at this time.
I've been hearing from vendors and musicians that play that really want to continue this festival. It's so important to the community and to the artists and the musicians that were involved. So they expressed to me that they would love to see some kind of a way to make people feel safe so that we can do this again. 3 days of free music events is amazing for any city. So whether it takes metal detectors or whatever it will take to make people feel safe, I think the musicians would really like to make sure this can happen again and that people don't stop going out because it's a big part of what Seattle's all about.
Yeah. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their city, and especially in big gathering places like this. We want people to be able to come out and feel safe and be able to gather together and enjoy that community.
Thank you.
How many officers were at the Midas Seattle before the incident occurred?
Dozens. We had dozens of officers working the grounds to try to keep our event safe. And unfortunately, it didn't work out like we had hoped it would.
How many initially responded?
I don't have that number at this time, but there were several officers there to quickly bring the scene under somewhat control so we can start providing first aid and open the area up for the fire department to come in and assist with performing first aid and CPR on our victims.
Roughly, thank you. Roughly how many people were at the festival when the shooting happened?
I don't.
I'm sorry. So we'll have a couple more questions.
Yeah.
A couple more.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll have some more information. That'll be something we can put out as well. We're still gathering that information, but there were a lot of people here when this incident occurred.
So to verify the number of victims, because 4 taken to One showed up later and
And 2 deceased here at the scene, and 1 passed away at Harborview.
One of those.
All right, I think we're done.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The phone number again for people.
Okay, so
who
if you're
have
with us here on
information,
Como right now, we're just going to
call
debrief from this press conference a little bit. It's just wrapping up.
Again, that's 206-233-5000. We need your help. We can't solve this without help from our community. So please, if you have information, give us a call. Thank you.
So that's Assistant Chief Tyrone Davis. We've also have the Mayor, Representative Jayapal, and Governor Ferguson.
Just going to listen here for a second. So the death toll went to 3.
Guys, if you have additional, already know. If you have additional questions, you can contact me. Okay. Any additional questions? All right. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Tough job.
I think that's going to be the end of that feed that we have. Oh, all right. So we just heard, sadly, the death toll in the shooting went to 3. The shooting involved 2 people shooting at each other. That's what police believe. It was 2 people shooting at each other. They have one of those 2 people they believe in custody. They say it's a young person. A young person. They didn't give an age. They said the person in custody who's a suspect is a young person. And they didn't explicitly say it, but it certainly seemed possible that the people who were shot were innocent bystanders. But they couldn't confirm that. They did say one of the victims was a toddler who I believe the reporting I saw earlier was 2 years old. And that toddler, I think they said all of the victims who are alive are in stable condition, I believe they said. And they found 2 guns. They would not say what the guns were. And again, they said they thought there were witnesses who were not coming forward. They don't have a motive. They didn't say if it was gang related. They're looking into that. So I want to take some comments from you guys. But 3 dead. One of the people who went, we had heard reporting that of the people who went to the hospital, the 4 who went to one hospital, 1 was in critical condition. And they said 1 person at the hospital didn't make it. So it might have been that person. Yes, no cameras. There were no cameras at the location of the shooting. I believe the mayor said that there are cameras in Seattle Center in that general area, but they so far have not found any cameras that had a view of the shooting, if I understand that. Right. Yes, so again, it's 3 dead now because 2 died at the scene and 1 died at the hospital. Let's see. Let me take some questions from you. Now, XKR says one of the suspects is dead. They say they're looking for somebody. So they say 2 people were shooting each other, and it sounded from what I heard that they were looking for who the person they thought was the second person involved, the second in theory shooter. That's what it sounded like to me. But I don't know how things are going to end up turning out. Cosme says, I'm sure it's gang related. Devil Doc thinks it's gang violence. And then they said that it was at the northwest corner of the Armory, I think. Here is the, where is the Armory is right here. Hold on. Here's the Armory. So there is the Armory there. And they said northwest corner. So it would have been around here, somewhere around here, I guess. The festival was taking place all in this area. So somewhere, I mean, that's the northwest corner of the Armory there. So somewhere around there, I don't know exactly where. Axel Gonzalez thinks it's definitely gang violence. Condolences to the families of the 3 victims who were killed. I hope the 4 people can recover fully. But terrible. People just going out to a very popular Seattle event, the Bite of Seattle Food Festival. Now, some people are claiming the mayor shut off the cameras. That I don't have information about. But she said there are cameras there. I'm not really following this. A few weeks ago, the mayor's office released a statement which said, effective this morning, July 7th, the Stadium District cameras are turned off. I don't know if there's any others since then, and I don't know what the Stadium District is. I don't know that that has anything to do with this location. Gemini said the Stadium District does not include the Seattle Center. I don't know for sure. That statement did say down here, the cameras in the downtown core, the Chinatown International District, and North Aurora, which have been in place since last year, will remain operational. So again, I can't really comment on the specifics, but I would be careful about. Mighty Bean says the Stadium District is south end of the city. So again, I would be careful about drawing conclusions about the cameras there. The mayor did say there were cameras there, but I believe both the mayor and the assistant chief of police said that that they didn't have cameras from right where the shooting happened. So Lumen is the stadium. I don't know where the stadium district is. Lumen Field is, sorry. Lumen Field is, why is that happening? Why is that not? Oh, I see. Sorry. Hold on. Give me a moment here. I see what happened here. I see what happened here. I think I see what happened here. Let's see. Why am I not seeing? Oh, sorry. Where is that? There. Isn't that the Seahawks stadium there? So that's Lumen Field is here. If that's the stadium district, I'm not sure. That's further south of where the shooting is. Anyways, shooting is up here. They didn't identify the suspect. By the way, a quick thank you to Richrod908 and Batman WX and Linda Cosma and Waltham Mass who gave memberships. Thank you, Waltham Mass, and also Jeff TE88. Jeff TE88, thank you. Did the police chief say it was gang related? They don't know, Moose, right now. They also said they don't think there's a threat to the public. They think there's one other suspect that they're looking for and is out there somewhere, but they said that there's no threat to public safety. That's what they said. No outstanding threat. And also, no officers fired weapons. At this point, I don't know that either of the people who were alleged to have been shooting at each other, I don't even know if either of them were hit. Darcy Do That says, who doesn't have cameras at any festival anywhere? Seems absurd. Texas woman says, if a suspect is at large, how can they say there's no public safety threat? So it sounds like they might, I mean, I'm wondering if they have some idea where the person is. I don't know. I mean, they might also say that if they think, well, the person wasn't, that this was some sort of, maybe they have some idea that these two people were, of why they were shooting at each other. And then they don't think one of these people is going to go out and shoot random people. So I understand the question, but they might have more information than they're saying. I don't think if they thought there was somebody who's going to go shoot random people, they'd be saying that. And Michael Avery says, wanted public health help. Yes, the assistant police chief said the police believe there are some witnesses out there who are not coming forward. I don't know if that says something about, do the people not coming forward because they think the people involved are the kind of people who would come after them if they came forward? I don't know. But it was said that the police do believe there are some witnesses who are not coming forward. Linda Jane says, need metal detectors, but who knows? Brolos says gangs. Bayou Boy TV says sounds like teenagers. The Bird Abides thinks that says if it was gang violence, the chances that snitches would be hurt is higher. I don't think police would use the word snitches. I think the police would use the words people who are helping the community. Anyways, the police are hoping witnesses come forward, encouraging them to come forward. Anyways, not a good story. Terrible. 3 people were killed at this and 4 injured at this. Again, it's a big popular event in Seattle next to the Space Needle. The Seattle Bite of Seattle Food Festival. Grounding Knowledge says, looks like a crazy scenario of young people crime and no one understands. Hang on a moment here. What is this? Then again, we don't know what kind of weapons were recovered. That we don't know. Ron Kuby thinks we will all wake up tomorrow to video. Hukilau Kohi thinks it probably wasn't long rifles. There were some, I think, witnesses who claimed they heard rapid fire shots. So that was a question in the press conference, but they wouldn't comment on what kind of weapons they were. Sarcasm BTC said young shooter from the picture. Yeah, I know there was a video floating around that purported that showed somebody in handcuffs, I guess, from the scene. I don't know if that's the person who is the suspect. They say police confronted the person right away, and police did not fire any shots. Sunbeaming says, sure sounds like gangland stuff. Brooke thinks it's targeted, but other people got hurt. Tina La Placa says they're probably gathering all their info so they can release correctly. All right, well, at least we were able to get you. Evelyn in Maine sent me a photo that she believes is somebody in handcuffs. Again, I don't know. I can't confirm that any kind of photos or videos of a person in handcuffs is the person who did this. There's a photo and video floating around that shows somebody in handcuffs. Again, I can't tell. That person seems pretty young, but I don't know. All right, well, we we're able to get you the information. I appreciate you waiting around, and I know we had to wait a little bit for that press conference, but I'm glad we at least got to show the press conference and get you that information. So I think Evelyn and Maine says we'll find out later today. I'm sure we'll hear more in the coming hours. But for now, I think we're going to start wrapping up this stream. If you missed it, earlier we talked about the Iran war, and we talked about the fires in Spain and France. So if you missed that, you can go rewind and check that out. Hold on a second here. Yeah, John Smith. John Smith sent me a photo too. Again, I cannot confirm that. Hold on a second here. Yeah, John Smith, thanks for send me the supposed photo of one of the suspects too. I can't verify that's it. So anyways, we just showed so if you want, you can go back and rewind, see us talking about the Iran war, talking about the fires in Spain and France. And we, of course, covered a bunch of this. So, yeah, I don't have an update on, I told you the recent Iran report, and I don't have an update on that. Couple state media channels in Iran carried a report claiming that Iran said that 6 ships had tried to go through the strait a few hours ago without Iran's permission. They said one of them had an accident and the others went back to the Persian Gulf. I don't really know if one of them had an accident or not. I think I just saw a different report on state media that claimed that Iran fired warning shots. So I don't know if it would be a big deal if Iran attacked another ship. I don't know if that actually happened. I don't know if there were warning shots. I don't know if a ship had an accident. That's nothing I can confirm. There's been nothing reported by like UKMTO of any kind of ship that was damaged or anything. So we'll have to wait and see what more we hear, but I haven't heard anything more about it. But I will keep an eye on it. If there's big developments in the war, we will of course cover it, and I will keep an eye on, I'm sure we'll be on covering other things this week as well. I really appreciate people tuning in for the broadcast and watching the channel. And thanks to everybody who's been sending me updates in the chat and writing to me on X and sending me updates there, and also letting me read your comments and questions on the air. If you want, you can subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And I will post updates on my X account about any of these stories that I see. At Lookner on X, you can follow me there for breaking news coverage at Lookner. And also, I would suggest that if you don't want to miss a stream, if you want to know we're coming on the air live to cover breaking news, sign up for our notifications. I don't have a schedule in advance because I never know when big breaking news is going to happen. But if you sign up for our free notifications, you'll get sent a notification every time we go live. So you'll know when we're on the air and you won't miss a stream. The mods will post the link to the free notifications in the chat. You can also find that notification sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So sign up for those, I would recommend. And also, I want to say a huge thanks to our moderators who have been here. I really appreciate it. A lot of people in the chat tonight. As usual, we can only have the chats because of our moderators. Ruth has been over there for a while. Thank you so much, Ruth, and all of our other YouTube moderators. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Also on Twitch, moderators like Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Big thank you to all of our mods over on Twitch and the other mods on Twitch as well. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and Andrea Holder, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Darren Charlo. Huge thanks to all of our X mods as well. Yes, we showed the press conference from Seattle about 20 minutes ago. You can rewind and watch it if you'd like. Also, huge thanks for supporting the channel a bunch of people supporting the channel today. Very generous of you. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So huge thanks. I still owe a thanks to Purple Turd Waters and Sober Pal Grunt. Thank you for being a member. And Aeneas 6547. And everyone I thanked earlier, Tormented Tantalus, Lewis R., Jeff TE88, and everybody else I thanked. G86, thank you, and everybody else I thanked earlier. Thanks so much for supporting the channel and letting the channel exist. Another way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, I always post on our X account at Agenda Free TV before going live, so you can follow over there if you want. At Agenda Free TV, I post updates about the channel there too. I posted tonight that we were covering that press conference, for example. So follow over there if you're on X. And also, what was I going to mention? Oh, we also have a chat where you can chat with other viewers for free while we're not on the air. Our Discord chat, a bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out the Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. That'll link you to give you a way to, if you click on that link, it'll give you an option to go to the Discord chat and you can check out the Discord chat. So check it out if you want. And thanks so much to our Discord mods who mod the Discord chat. Thank you. Also, for those who watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. That's another good way to find out when we're live. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you should do is you got to subscribe to the channel, then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications so you get the notifications. Let's see here. Thank you, Crypto King, for watching as well. And big thanks to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel over there, like Kristen McConnell Gates and Diane Allworth and Dolly Clark. Thank you, Kay Lowry Body, and all of our other subscribers on Facebook. Big thanks. And our Twitch subscribers as well, like Space Turkey, Matthew Kohai 3, Travray, QJ, Douthis, Steve God, Devil Doc, Wall Street Shaggy. Thank you. Ticey Steven 4550. Thanks for subscribing. Mongol Mama, Neko Jita, Pre-Breakfast Banana, Wisco Joe. Did I thank Bayou Boy TV? Thank you. Amalian, thank you for subscribing. And all of our other subscribers on Twitch, thank you. Jax Haku as well, thanks so much. And our YouTube members, like Crypto King and Barry and Michael Avery, thanks. GPV80, Evelyn in Maine, Angelic Slayer, CAC 813, Joe King Buffalo, Patricia Canada, JPaz James, Diverk Beaverts, Gracie Tolliver, user YN8 E80J, YN80J, Crypto King, Echo Park Mom, Texas Woman, Barry, Mason D, and all of our other YouTube members. Ross Lambda, thanks for watching. Michael Jordan, thank you for watching. Chippo Toplay, thank you for watching. Moose 2021, Terminator Pig, Sharkingly, and Tom Jennings. Tom says, I have been to that event. It is just unreal that this could happen. 2 people shooting at each other. Thanks, Tom. That's what the police said they thought happened. 2 people shooting at each other. Brian Daviow, thanks for watching. All right, so I am wrapping up this stream, and we will be back when there is more big news. But that is it for now. So again, appreciate you watching. Again, condolences to the families of those 3 people who were killed at the food festival in Seattle. Terrible. And I do hope that the other people who were injured fully recover. So that is it for now. Thank you again to the mods, and thank you for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.